Testing. Hey everybody. Can't see chat yet. Give me a moment. Oh, there we go. Hey Ellsworth. Hey Scott. Hey Sab. I really do not like how I look on TikTok right now. Hold on. Wait, you guys can see it actually. Okay, so right now you're seeing what I look like on TikTok, or what I would look like on TikTok. I'm gonna turn off that camera right now, and you're gonna see what I actually look like. Like what? Why does TikTok do that to me? Let's put the lion head on. Hey Sid. I feel like this looks better. Cause like, I mean, just look how tired I look. No, don't get me wrong, I'm tired, but I'm not that tired. Hey Rome. Been a while since I've caught a fan live. Oh, a Dan live. Also, what's happening in Discord? What is happening in Discord? Did I miss something? Okay, I'm gonna start the TikTok live, I guess. This wouldn't happen if Dan was live. Oh, wait, where is that? Okay, anyway. Damn, I'm really feeling self-conscious. Like, that's what I look like. Okay, and that's. I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with around what I look like, right? That I don't think I like going live like this. Got to be something that can be done. Hi, Chris. There we go. Hi, Rissa. We just do black and white. No. Nope. Not doing that. All right. I have to deal with it. Hey, Neely. Hi, Eli. No, I'm trying to make it so I don't look like the Crypt Keeper on TikTok. Like this is what my camera shows me as on OBS, and then this is what I'm gonna look like on TikTok. I'm just feeling really self-conscious. But okay, whatever. Here we go. And we are live. So here's the situation. The algorithm rewards consistency. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. MAGA is already a dying breed.
I made a third in here.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. As I was saying, MAGA is already a dying breed, right? So lately, the past debates that we've had are people that want to debate like the terms of the question or Phil Bros or whatever other weird people, right? But still, our lives are in particular not getting a lot of debates because the algorithm rewards consistency. And if we're only going live 2 days a week, we're not gonna get there. They're not gonna push us out. So I'm planning on reacting to a video here, but I'll leave the caption up, and if people show up, then I can tell them why their brain is wrong. But until such time, that's awesome, Scarlett. Can we get some W's in chat for Scarlett with 2 T's? They quit vaping, finally. Let's go. Hey, Corky. Hey, Jenna. Hi, Angel.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Chris, thank you so much for the whale diving. Sometimes you really just need to hear Donald Trump's voice to get through the day, you know? Thank you so much, Chris. Hey, Falcon. Hey, Dan. Just want to say I miss your face. I miss you too, AA Ron. I miss all of you guys. I miss when I would go live every night. And when Joe Biden was president. Those two things were happening at the same time. 24-hour live. I'm gonna be honest, Chris. There is a possibility that one will be coming up. Okay. Possibility. But it might end up being like a good news, bad news situation. Who gave you? Hey, what's up, Malik? I missed the Mario streams. If that's ever happening again, I gotta get a new controller again because the A button's sticking. Or maybe should I just spray WD-40 in there? Would that help? Could I just WD-40 the A button? How's Mac been? Mac's been good. Do you imagine gas right now if Harris was president? I've joined your fan club for 1 year. That's awesome, Falcon. Yeah, it's starting to look back at 1 year memories and being like, oh, that wasn't 2024. It's wild how time goes. But yeah, I feel like gas would be like a regular price. You know, there wouldn't we wouldn't have started a war with Iran. That's cool, or would be cool. Conservatives are right about the stock market, GDP, AI, and deregulation with the electricity. What is the conservative stance on the stock market and GDP? Wait, what does that even mean? Conservatives are right about the stock market. Bro, I was at the beach when Maduro was kidnapped. That's fucking wild. Dude, the UFA tour at A&M was over 1 year ago. Crazy. Yep, that was April. It was April, which means it's been over a year since I've seen Chris in person. Or any of you, actually. Sleepy Joe made me sleep happy at night when he was in office. That's where he got the name. When I vote red in midterms, I'll remember you and realize I'm making the right choice. That's awesome, Tiffany. Ooh, Bible verse and Jesus 2028, Jesus fan page in your bio. What did Jesus say about the wealthy and the foreigner and the sick? It's all like the complete opposite of voting red. You know that, right? Like, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to go to heaven. When a foreigner is in your land, you treat them as if they're your neighbor. Treat them as if they're your, as you would treat yourself. All that stuff. Like, you could just say with your chest, I like Republican Jesus, not the Jesus from the Bible. I'm a big fan of the fan fiction Jesus. I mean, that's really, you guys were a fan fiction of the opposite of what Jesus is. Thank you for all the heart me's. Let me turn off the Obamas. I'm going to Florida next week, Dan. Awesome. Is that for I was gonna say for business or for pleasure, but is it for activism or for pleasure? But it's also ambiguous, Dan. How can we possibly know what Jesus meant? Why the Christian worship the guy? Well, I mean, that's kind of a different question. Yeah, he was Jewish because, like, the concept of Christianity is that you're Jewish, but you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and also God. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying, like, that's not the nonsensical part. Like, the fact that Jesus was Jewish isn't the nonsensical part. It's some of the other stuff. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the teachings of Jesus are pretty cool. It would be awesome. Can you imagine how sick this country would be if everyone who claimed they like Jesus actually believed the things that Jesus believed? Oh my goodness. All right, going to our first guest. Here we go. Thank you, Caffeine. Hi, welcome up.
Can you help me change it to MPH instead of KMH? I need help.
Wait a second. So there's 2 rules to come up on the live. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to not be driving. And that embryo broke both of the rules at the same time. In which case, they cancel each other out. They could probably come back up, right? He was playing Rocket League. That kid was driving. Oh, it looked like he was pointing at the odometer. See, this is the problem, chat. This is the fucking problem. I want to pull up the next guest, okay? There's somebody in the guest box. I want to pull him up because it's a drought. There's no MAGA to talk to. But they're a Nazi. I don't like debating Nazis. It's so fucking boring. That's very rude. I mean, I know what you're... I know the dog whistle going on in your profile picture, big dog. Hey, Dean. Yeah, I get your dilemma. Only the worst maggots are around. Yeah, because like if you were a Trump supporter because you were like light speed stupid, right? And you got tricked into voting for him for a 3rd time or whatever, you got like the Charlie Brown with the football, then by now you've looked at your wallet and been like, oh, okay, I fell for it again. It's just like that pyramid scheme I got caught into, right? So the only MAGA that are left are even further than stupid. They're hateful and stupid.
Actually, it was an electric scooter, so yeah, get it right, buddy. Yes, I did get it, but...
You are very Israeli for this. Whatever, bro. Joe Smith? Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Wait, debunker. Okay, this is all I want you to say. What are you planning on debating? Just give me your opening statement. Palestine? Oh my god.
Wait,
how many accounts does this embryo have, bro? Okay, so you're planning on debating Palestine, right? Conservatives are not correct on Palestine, very clearly. I mean, Donald Trump said he wanted to turn it into a parking lot. All of the people he appointed are like full blown Zionists, not just like Israel can do whatever they need to do in Gaza to prevent another terrorist attack or whatever. No, like literally, Mike Huckabee and Marco Rubio, who are in positions of power, think that Israel has the right to annex the entire West Bank and Gaza. I'll explain. No, I'm good. I could pull up the clips for you if you'd like. Is this the child again? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Yeah, so what is this live about? MAGA request up. I'm MAGA, bro. I voted for Trump 3 times.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, how do you like he flipped the midterms, man? It's not looking good.
Can you tell me what the midterms are?
Yeah, man, it's midterms. It's not looking good for you guys, for you Democrats.
Can you tell me what the midterms are?
Yeah, did you see Hakeem Jeffries? He's losing his mind.
No. I think you misheard me. I didn't say. Can you
Oh,
ask me if
man.
I've seen Hakeem Jeffries? I'm asking what are the midterms?
The midterms is for the Democrats to try to get seats back. It's not gonna happen. You guys are not gonna get
seats
any
where?
seats. The Senate, the House, it's not gonna flip, bro. It's not gonna go your way, man.
Okay.
You're gonna be balding a little bit more. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna be stressing out, losing sleep on TikTok all night talking about Trump.
I mean,
It's a sad thing. It's a disease, bro.
is this like a sport? Is this like a sport to you?
DTS.
You haven't-
You got Donald Trump syndrome. I just diagnosed you.
DTS? You don't even know the
Yeah,
acronym.
Donald. No. I made a new one. You have a different disease. Donald Trump syndrome.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, bro. You also have DTS.
It's a different one.
You also have
it's a
DTS.
new-
It's deep throat syndrome because you just throat the man for no good reason. No good reason.
Listen,
He's
bro.
done nothing for it. What has he done for you? What has he done for you?
You've been on your knees, bro. Ever since Trump came back, you've been on your knees, bro. Your knees is hurting right now. Give your knees a break, man. Stand up. Take a walk.
What does that metaphor even mean? On my knees doing what? Praying to God that we'll get a better
not
president?
doing the same thing Bill Clinton did to Trump. He was on his knees.
You actually have everything backwards. You know the meme is that the meme is that Trump blew Bill Clinton, right?
No. Listen, bro. That's a lie. It was the other way around. I'm telling you right now. Bill Clinton was on his knees, bro. That's
think
how
about
the
that a
story
lot?
went. I'm really close. I'm really close to the Trump family. And I know which way it went, bro. I said, yo, Trump, was it really that way? He said, no. Clinton was on his knees, bro. I'm telling you right now, you look heartbroken at everything. Everyone's feeding you misinformation. Where do you get where do you get your information from? Al Jazeera?
I get it from Newsmax.
No, Newsmax, that's even worse, bro. That's a free application. Are you kidding me? I thought you were gonna say Al Jazeera because it's not biased.
Al Jazeera is not biased.
I mean, that's what you guys say.
Who's you guys?
You Democrats, you liberals.
You think Democrats bring up Al Jazeera as their
always, bro. I'm on this, bro. I'm on this app all the time. Like when I have free time, like right now, I'm taking a shit. I'm on the app.
Bro, you're taking a shit out of multiple places for sure.
No, bro. I'm taking a shit and I'm on the app talking to you right now, relaxing. But like I'm saying, bro, I appreciate what you're doing. I like how you spend your time on here for free. And you're trying to spread misinformation without it being too bold. You make it little, you spread it here and there like peanut butter on a bread. So when Trump drops the gas prices and all that stuff, you got to give him credit. I want to see you on here saying, I was wrong. But
okay, so wait. So just so we're clear, so when Donald Trump started a war with Iran and now gas prices are up, that's your cue to say you're wrong, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. The gas prices is going up.
So go ahead, say I was wrong.
But you're right about that. I'm gonna give you that. The gas price is going up, but that's the price of safety.
Safety.
But hey, gas over here where I'm at was 502.
What do you mean the price of safety?
Biden was president.
What do you mean the price of safety?
With no conflicts. No conflicts
with Biden.
What do you mean
the price of safety?
Gas is 501, bro.
Hey, Smoothie, what do you mean the price of safety?
The price of safety. So you want those guys to have the N-word bomb? Do you want them to have that? You think it's okay for them to have that? Those people believe in that if they get unalived, they get 20 wives. Come on, man. They want to get unalived. Bro, come on. Let's be serious here, man. We have big tankers over there, battleships. These guys are going with fishing boats
So
to try to attack
would you agree?
battleships,
Would
and they're
you
getting shut
would
down.
you agree?
They don't fear nothing.
Would you agree that if you don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, we should have stayed in the deal that prevented them from having nuclear weapons?
No, the deal. That's the deal that helped them get the nuclear weapons.
Okay. So now you're doing the misinformation.
Biden-
Remember the
no, 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 no.
misinformation you were
Biden
talking
and
about?
Obama was sending the money. So Biden and Obama didn't send money?
No.
Okay. So what's Obama's middle name? What is it?
What does that have to do with anything?
No. What is his middle name? Obama. Is it Hussein?
Mm-hmm.
And who was president of Iran before?
That's Iraq that you're thinking of.
No, Saddam Hussein, right?
That's Iraq.
Oh, that's Iraq. That's close enough.
No,
Iraq,
those
Iran.
are very
It's
different
the same
countries.
thing, bro. It's the
All
same
right, listen.
thing. You remove
Here's the problem.
N
Here's the
with
problem.
Q.
The problem is you're not funny enough to keep you up. You're not a real person, right? So
No, bro,
this isn't
bro,
a debate.
bro,
Just so we're
bro,
clear, this isn't a debate in any kind. You're actually just passing time, like you said. His bit is tired.
No.
Exactly. So like, and I don't even want you to get the last word. Like I'm just like you're trolling, but it's not even funny trolling. Like go take some lessons from Rich Poor or something, because that's just cringe. Like what are we doing? Zero air came out of my nose through any of that. It just wasn't funny. And it's clear you don't actually believe, either you don't believe the things you're saying, or you're so deep that you can't follow any of the conversation. Like you just kept jumping to topic to topic. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Roll better next time.
Howdy.
Hi, welcome up.
Yeah, I'll probably disagree with the point. I think conservatism, broadly speaking, as a ideology or philosophy, I think is right about a lot of things.
Have we spoken before?
Maybe, not totally sure.
Like 2
I
weeks
haven't been
ago?
on live for like a bit. I wasn't on live.
Are you
2
like a
weeks
fan
ago
of
very
philosophy?
Somewhat, not. I mean, yeah, I'd say.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I've spoken to you before, but all right. So what do you think conservatism is right about?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally one of the pivotal things you see in conservatism, in contrast to other ideologies, is conservatives, all the way starting with like people like Edmund Burke. They held the belief that society and nations in general are organic.
No, get those
They-
lights off! Off!
They're not the sort of
Thank you,
thing
Queen.
that you can remove institutions or dramatically transform without significantly damaging and like frustrating the
Thank
nation's
you,
like
Christian.
best interests. And I think broadly speaking, the types of change that are best for society is organic change that happen over long periods of time and slowly progress institutions. And don't simply remove fundamental bedrock institutions in society and either leave them absent or replace them with newer, less like tested institutions that have less merit and are less accepted by society. I think that's one thing that conservatism is objectively correct about when you look at history. And generally, more liberal or like more left-leaning thinkers are just wrong about. They seem to think that you can just remove bedrock institutions and replace them with new ones and have the same sort of society and have the same sort of societal flourishing, which never happens.
All right. Before I get a little bit deeper into that, would you say that the current conservative party in the United States is retaining or dismantling the bedrock institutions?
Well, if you talk about like government and statecraft, they certainly are like dismantling them. I'd agree. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear. I wanted to make sure you were living on the same planet. So it sounds like you are.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so you're saying conservatism prior to the era of Donald Trump. Okay.
Well, I think it's been a problem even before Trump, but he's definitely exacerbated it.
Sure. Okay. So the argument is that we shouldn't dismantle institutions.
mhm.
That's not really a
In general,
that's not a conservative argument. It's a pro democracy argument, isn't it?
Well, when I'm talking about, I'm not talking solely about institutions within like statecraft and government. I'm talking about social institutions as well. I think, like obviously, it's more abstract when you're doing that, but I think we should probably take steps to preserve family structures, to preserve community structures, to preserve even religious institutions that have lasted and have stood the test of time. Because I think those are the sort of things that if you replace them or if you remove them or you've removed the incentives behind these institutions and you leave a vacuum behind or you try and replace them with something that's less tested, has like survived and has been trusted less by people, then you end up with big problems for like social cohesion.
Okay, yeah. No, I think you're just wrong. I think
Okay.
I think there's no problem in removing things that are that are morally deleterious, right? Morally bad.
Mhm.
And things that are morally neutral. I mean, I think it's always better to have more freedom if there's no. So, for example, your idea of dismantling the family, I don't know who is dismantling the family, but if you think that culturally, the fact that there's less pressure on women, for example, to get married early, have kids early, maybe not have a career, if you think that is a bad thing, then I mean, it's just
No, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think like obscene amounts of pressure and like for example like social like coercion to engage in like things like that. I think it's generally immoral. I think that that's impermissible, and I'm happy that generally people have a large degree of freedom. I have no issue with that. Like I don't think that freedom intrinsically is bad. There's nothing like that's
okay.
silly.
So if
That
that's
doesn't
the
mean
case,
that doesn't mean we can create different incentives to promote those institutions.
All right.
We don't have to use coercion.
All right.
to
So if
promote
that's the
certain family
case,
structures, we
if
can
you-
use different incentives.
if you agree that there are
Mhm.
these bedrock institutions in place, in this case culturally, right?
Mhm.
And you're saying the idea of conserving those institutions
Yeah.
is a good thing, but I just don't understand why it would be good or bad, right? Wouldn't it be a case by case basis?
Look, I agree. Like it's not a universal claim. It's not to say that every scenario where this institution has been run for a long time, we should always do everything in our power to preserve it. That's silly. Like obviously, if I woke up today and slavery is an institution that's commonplace, like you should probably take action to alter that institution to not keep it the way it is. Like it's not a
Right.
universal claim. I'm just saying in general, we encounter institutions that have been around for a long time. Our first response to it should not be to say, okay, how can we get rid of this? How can we replace it with something new? Our first response would be, why has it been here for so long? There's probably a good reason for why it's lasted for such a long time, generally speaking. Obviously, there are exceptions, but just in general.
Are you under the
it's just, like,
impression? Are you under the
heuristic to look
impression?
at.
Are you under the impression that liberals look at something and their first if something that's lasted for a long time, and their first thought is, let's get rid of this?
It depends on the
It
thing.
depends,
Like,
exactly. That's why.
Yeah,
So that's why the conservatives are wrong. So a liberal or a leftist or a progressive or whatever, people get offended by whichever label depending on how far left you are. But people on the left side of the spectrum, right, will look at something objectively and decide if it's worth keeping or not. Whereas conservatives will add a value to, well, it's been around for a long time, and that is stupid. I don't think that there's any logic in adding an additional value to something because it's lasted a long time.
Well, it's less about just adding value to it. It's more about like considering the fact that if there is an institution that's been around for a long time that has lasted through history, there are generally going to be reasons for that. Like it's not that intrinsically something is good because it's old. That's obviously
Okay.
fallacious.
So is there an example? Can you give me a pragmatic example here, like a real world example of an institution that has lasted for a long time, And the reasons that it's lasted for a long time would have prevented that institution from being changed or dismantled had the people involved in changing it known those reasons.
Okay, that's a long-winded question. Like, you're asking if the people had changed had known the reasons for why the institution was put in place, would it? Is that what you're asking? Like, would that change
Okay,
their?
so what I'm asking for is
maybe
an
I'm not fully
example.
tracking my
So
questions.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll try to be more clear. That was just a little bit word salad.
Yeah.
I want an example of an institution, whether governmental or cultural, which is what you've been describing, right?
Yeah.
Where it has been pushed to be changed or has changed. But had we only known why it had lasted so long, it would have remained, and it is positive had it would have remained. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. I think I get what you're saying. Well, I would say maybe an example of a governmental institution would be more of layer cake federalism. I think like you can look at this like prior to like the 1930s, really. The way like federalism worked in this country was largely, just in general, states and the way state governments operated was generally pretty independent from the federal government in most respects. Like obviously, like there were federal laws that were in place universally, but just in general, the way the state governments operated, the way that they could distribute funds, the way they could organize things within their own state was largely independent. It was autonomous in a lot of cases. That had changed dramatically more towards a more centralized, towards a more like fluid situation, which today we refer to as marble cake federalism. Like since the 1930s with FDR, a lot of reforms he made. And I think generally, if there had been more of an appreciation for why the founders set up things the way they were and why things had been that way for such a long time, I think we'd have been less likely to go in the direction of moving into marble cake federalism, which I think has largely been detrimental.
Really? Okay. Can you tell me? Can you tell me how it's been detrimental? Was it the passing of the Civil Rights Act, or?
Look, saying it's largely detrimental doesn't mean that there haven't been any good things that have come as a result of it. I'm just saying the sort of power that the federal government has right now.
Just go ahead. Explain it. How has it been?
We can see the abuses right now. I think you would probably complain about the abuses of things like ICE, the sort of like insane powers that federal agencies can wield right now at the state level. Like, I think that's evidence that something has gone deeply wrong with how the relation of the federal government and states worked historically. I think we're seeing, like many of the critiques that liberals and leftists have of Trump is a reflection of that issue, of that problem.
Right. So is the problem here that the federal government has too much power, or is the problem here the way that power is being used? Because you can make the same argument in certain states, right, where the states are not beholden to a baseline quality of life. So, for example, right, if states had the ability to do whatever they want, some states would probably still have slavery to this day. Maybe not to this day, but at least way longer than the Civil War. An example right now is that there are states in this country where women just don't have the same rights that men do, let alone the same rights that their moms had. There's states in this country where women can't access the same health care.
You're referring to abortion.
Well, not just abortion. I know not a lot of men don't realize that certain procedures aren't specifically abortion related, just related to women's healthcare that are now what's it called? Red taped because of those laws. But like this is happening right now, and this is a situation where I think it would be great if the federal government could step in. Now, obviously, we didn't codify Roe v. Wade, and that's a whole other can of worms. But now we're going at an argument of, again, each individual case. This idea that traditionalism, right, is a reason to keep something. So, for example, the argument you gave for federalism, or for layer cake federalism, right? The argument you gave would be was that there's currently abuses of power, right? With ICE, that's an example, rather. And the argument is that the federal government can abuse its power. The argument isn't that it has lasted 140 years, right? That
roughly, yeah, from the 1790s to
is do you think that's a strong argument? No, the argument would be what you described, the fact the federal government can abuse its power. The fact that I can even I'll steelman some arguments. The fact that some states might have to follow certain economic regulations that particularly harm their state, even though it makes sense on the whole. There's a lot of good arguments for like a more states' rights or a more as you called it, layer cake federalism concept. But none of those arguments are, it lasted 140 years.
I'm something to what you're saying, and I would totally agree that if we have a conversation on an institution, and we go over the issues and the cons and the pros of some institution, and we come out after have like a rational discourse about it, come to the conclusion, the cons of preserving this thing outweigh the pros, just in general. Like we can both see that clearly. And my response to that is this thing has been around for a really long time. And in virtue of that, we should keep it. I think that's silly. I would agree with you. I think that's a wrong way to look at it. That's not generally what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is more heuristic when we look at things kind of like in a prima facie sort of way. When we look at things right away, before we delve into the reasons why an institution is there, what's the approach we should take to that? And I think generally when people were moving in a direction that was counter to like layer cake federalism and to a more like centralized for the federal government, it was more of a concern about really pressing issues, like issues that were, I think, obviously concerning. Like obviously of FDR, there was an issue of the Great Depression. There's a lot of economic concerns, and you needed to have a pretty strong federal government to counter some of that. So I can understand the rationale for that. But I think the underlying reasons why the government was that way before FDR, and some of this is even true for Teddy Roosevelt a little as well. He took similar approaches that led to more centralization. I feel if they had been more concerned with how and the reasons why this sort of government had been put into place and why federalism existed in this way for so long, if they had looked into those reasons, they would have been more hesitant, like they actually did. So it's not like a universal claim. I'm not saying that every institution that's old is good. I want to be very clear. That's not what's being said.
I guess, you know what? I mean, I guess I don't understand why you framed your argument as conservatives are right about traditionalism, which I'm summing it up. Your argument was much more long-worded. Rather than conservatives are right about states' rights. Like, wouldn't that be more of your argument, at least in the United States? Or
well, I mean, sure, you could put it that way, but I'm making a broader claim.
Yeah, and the broader claim doesn't make sense because traditionalism, even you said it's silly to give value to something just because it's lasted a long time. It's not
solely what traditionalism says. I think that's kind of a straw man. To say that traditionalism is just saying things are good because they're old.
That's what you said. That's what you said. I'm applying a word to it, so I don't have to keep summing it up.
Maybe I misspoke. I don't think I ever entailed my position as things are good because they're old. I don't think any traditionalist would say that. Like a traditionalist would say that they are like the most extreme traditionalists say that they are like eternal principles that are fundamental to organized society. Like some traditionalists might say that the monarchy is an eternal principle that is good for organizing society. But they wouldn't say the monarchy is good because it's old. They'll say the monarchy is good because it is an efficient way to manage society. No one ever argues that I'm aware of that an institution is good because it's old. That's nonsense.
Okay, like, why did you mention all these institutions that you said we need to look at why an institution lasted so long?
Yeah. That's not the reason why it's good, though. It's not good because it's wrong. There are reasons. We should look for the reasons why. Those are independent reasons from its age.
Right.
The
And then
reason why
now
it's good
you're
is not because
not
it's
talking
wrong.
about conservatism anymore. Just looking at the nuanced thinking is not a conservative value. That's I'm confused by that argument.
If you want to boil it down to nuanced thinking, I don't. It's a bit reductive. I think you can be nuanced, take an opposite view from me. You can say that generally these old institutions are like decadent and like they're not necessarily things that we ought to preserve. You could argue for that, and you could have nuanced views. I don't think it's as simple as saying one view is nuanced and one view isn't nuanced. I might disagree with someone. I wouldn't say that they're not a nuanced or like reasonable person because they disagree with me on this.
All right. Okay. Do you think there is any value in an institution solely because of how long that institution has been in place?
No.
Okay. So now I'm going to ask you again. What is it that conservatives are right about?
I gave an example just in general on like layer cake federalism.
Okay. So we cut out all that other stuff. We're talking layer cake federalism. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't layer cake federalism lead to more problems? Like you said, wouldn't the cons outweigh the pros in regards to civil rights, human rights, right? I think we have had this conversation before, like a few weeks ago. I definitely remember talking to you.
There's no way I've been on your live in a few weeks because I had finals like 2 weeks. I was not on TikTok live very often.
Okay, but I definitely remember talking about slavery with
guy. But okay,
yeah.
Well, on the issue, this is probably the best critique I'll usually hear on like the whole federalism. Or generally, I'm a localist, so my position is probably even more extreme than federalism. But you can say that if the federal government hadn't stepped in issues like civil rights, wood issues like slavery, that obviously there would be states that would still enable these practices. That seems likely. I don't dispute that. But the concern I have is when we say we're going to give the federal government this power or that power, we're going to give federal government unanimous power to like govern these issues. You don't control what the federal government always does with that power.
Well, they don't have unanimous
power an inherent normative prescription.
Hold on, just so
like
we're clear.
They
don't have unanimous power. They don't have unilateral power. The federal government includes the Senate and the House of Representatives, right?
I know. I'm speaking.
Which are representatives of the states.
I understand that. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying when you give the federal government the power to make the decisions that apply to everyone on some issue, you don't have control always. You have a lot less control than you do at the local level of how that power, of what's done with that power. So if it happens today that the federal government has the power to, like, or the president has the power to, like, with the stroke of his pen, make abortion legal or illegal, like just across the country. Today we could have a president that's like pro-abortion rights and that you like. Tomorrow we can have a president that's the exact opposite. And there are a lot less checks on like national executive power than there are at the local level. At the local level, local officials that are making decisions are a lot more accountable to the people that they represent. There's a lot more. There's a higher level of degrees of action you can take to frustrate tyrannical action that they take, that they implement. There is a lot less you can do to the president once he's in office. Like your means of recourse are limited. They're not as limited when you're dealing with, I don't know, your city council. So I think that's the reason why, in general, we should push local. This is not to say that there shouldn't be some broad, fundamental civil rights that are true across the nation. I think we should have generally some things that should be true for every state, should be true for every locality. There are some fundamental core principles about how we treat human beings that I think should not be questioned. But on issues where there is actual legitimate debate and conversation, I don't think that should be the case.
Okay, well, let me just ask this, I guess. Given that this is your stance, you vehemently disagree with the current American Republican Party, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't think I'd find much room in them.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of states' rights versus federal rights isn't necessarily
Well,
like
it's less about the states. I'm more radical than it's the state rights
Andy.
advocates. I'm someone that advocates for more rights for just municipalities or counties too. Like I think they should have even more power than they have now. I think even states probably have too
Yeah,
much power.
okay, so but you recognize that if that were the case, more people would have less freedom in this country, right? You must recognize that.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Like, what freedoms would we lose if this were to happen today?
Okay, so if we're going on the local level, there will be cities and municipalities that would just completely ban any kind of relationship between a man and a man, a woman and a woman. Hell, even interracial relationships, I'm sure, would be banned on in many cities in this country.
Well, I doubt there might be some town. Well, okay, I get your point. I don't want to be pedantic.
Right, okay.
But regardless, I get what you're saying, and that's a valid critique. But the issue is when you look at like the cost benefit analysis, it is intrinsically possible. I would say that it's possible that in the far future there will be a shift in this country that will allow for, like, I don't know, let's say neo-Nazis like take control of the White House, and all of the concerns you're having, they wouldn't even just be local issues; they'll be concerns for everybody. When you give the federal government as much power to make those sweeping decisions, all of the concerns you have about local institutions having this ability are exacerbated. So when you just look at a cost effect and like analysis, like what will minimize like harm, the most amount of possible harm, the more local solution is just obviously better off. Like it gives people first of all easier recourse to whatever.
Do you have any like
leader or whatever,
historical examples of this?
You're talking
like
about
in
extreme.
Thank you, Andy.
in relation, like,
So like in the United
Historical
States,
example of
right?
localism
We have
being
we have
good? Is that what you're
250
asking?
we have 250
Okay.
years
Mhm.
to work with historically. First half or so was more of what you were looking for, layer cake federalism. And the back half, right? More of this marble cake federalism, right? We have plenty of examples where the states having more power have led to atrocities. Okay. Now we do have a few examples of the federal government having more power leading to atrocities, but in regards to people within the borders of the United States, I think it's not even close. So, do you have any examples here, other than just
of like localism being better?
Yeah.
I'd say one of the better ones we might have. Well, this is more about the federal government than it is about localism. But take things like the Indian removal act. Like Jackson was able to just say, okay, the Constitution, the courts have said this. I'm still going to do what I want, and obviously we know what happened in Shark with Trail of Tears. If we had a judicial system that was still in place and that worked in a more localist like sense, I don't know if that would be as likely to happen if like those removals could have taken place. I think there are examples that you can think of where,
you know what's so interesting to me?
Yeah.
All of your examples of like the federal government doing really bad things with their power, have been conservative presidents. I don't know, like Donald Trump, Andrew Jackson. Yeah, you're naming all the baddies. You're right.
Jackson wasn't considered the conservative in his time, per se, at least. Like he was seen as the working man's candidate, as the guy bringing change to the government.
So
like
so was Donald Trump.
Jackson's
Yeah. When you trick idiots, yes, that's how it goes.
No. Jackson's policies, like for example, he led to like one of the things he pushed for was the universal suffrage for white men.
They're eating
that was a radical
eating the
position for
dogs.
its time. That was the progressive
Thank you,
position
Whitney.
for a guy in the 1830s or the 1820s to push for universal suffrage for white men. 'Cause it used to be for landowning men, and he established suffrage for all white men. So if we look just broadly speaking, what was the, like, at least on some issue, what was the progressive sort of stance? What was the more populist sort of stance? Jackson was probably more of the progressive, anti-aristocratic, anti-elitist sort of candidate. But like when we talk about conservative or liberal, we try and map those onto the 1800s. It's hard because conservatism is a new ideology. Conservatism emerged in the 1800s. It emerged with people like Edmund Burke. It was kind of almost a reaction to the French Revolution. Conservatism is not an old ideology. It's very, very new. Like when it comes to political, it's younger than liberalism actually. It emerged from liberalism, but it's younger than liberalism. Like quite a good deal. But it's kind of anachronistic to just say that Jackson is a conservative. I don't. It's when people say things about like Lincoln or other presidents back then to say, oh, he wasn't conservative, he was a liberal. It's anachronistic. It's not that simple.
Well, I agree it's not that simple because back then the parties were a lot closer
No, it's not
to each
just
other.
that. The terms conservative and like liberal, they didn't really work the way they work now. They just
No, sure, yeah, that's true. That's true. But what
They
I'm
didn't even mean
doing,
the same
right?
things
So
they
I'm
do.
talking about,
Mm.
I'm talking about right now, right? What we consider
Okay.
conservative and liberal right now, and applying it
Mhm.
to the past. All of the
Uh-huh.
the ideals of conservatism, right? You apply
Mhm.
them to the past. Those guys all sucked ass, except maybe Teddy Roosevelt and Eisenhower, right? Like I don't
Mhm.
know how else to put it.
You're talking about conservative presidents in the past? Is that what you're saying?
With conservative values, yeah. I mean, and then again, you know what? I'm thinking about conservatives right now because right now is what matters. Okay, I'm thinking about the my lifetime. Obviously,
Mhm.
conservatism used to mean something else, right? Part of the reason I like Teddy Roosevelt was
Mhm.
he was a conservationalist, like for the environment.
Yeah.
That was actually something that Nixon also had going for him. He didn't have much going for him, but he had that.
I should have brought it up, honestly.
Conservatives now will literally
That would have been a good point for me to bring
yeah,
up
no,
at some
conservatives
point.
now will literally
Yeah.
let the world
Yeah,
burn
Trump
if
is
it
gonna
means
be
that Elon
EPA
Musk
and
gets a
shit like
little bit
that.
more money. Like
Yeah,
the,
like,
the,
yeah,
the
right-
idea.
right
So
now
this
Trump is
this caption,
gutting-
I want it to be clear.
Mhm.
This caption is about now. It's talking about conservatives in the past
Okay.
20 years.
Mhm.
Okay, we're wrong about everything.
Sure.
Now, if you want to talk about in the past where there were pros and
Mhm.
cons to a conservative candidate, sure. When there are pros and cons to conservative ideology, so even the idea of like states versus federal rights, like all of this just relates back to the reason we need a federal government is to prevent conservatives from doing evil shit in their states. And if we didn't have the federal government, then conservative states would be doing a lot more evil shit. Like that's the problem. I don't know how else to.
Yeah, I mean, do you not at least see the response, like the valid response? Like, because sure, you can say that these evils can be done on a local level, but when you give the power to enact the things you're concerned about to a national level, like any concern you have about something happening at the local level is exacerbated, like
Yeah, but
1,000-fold.
But this is your like this is on paper. This is you talking about something on paper, but looking at history, it doesn't really seem to bear out that way. Unless you're saying we were never a layer cake federal society. In which case, now you're talking hypothetical.
I mean, we were. I don't think the layer cake system was good enough though. But that's another. I think it was better than what we have now for sure, but it wasn't perfect by any means.
All right. Well, I appreciate the conversation. I really just want to talk about like stuff that matters right now.
Fair enough. I do think this matter. I understand it's not like the most potently relevant thing to like American politics and to the sort of things Trump or his administration are doing. I think we might agree at least on some things regarding to that. But I still think it's important that we like keep these things in consideration when we talk about politics and when we look at modern day politics.
Yeah, sure. All
right.
Well,
Good talking.
You have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you, Whitney, so much for the hand hearts. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. Drop a follow if you like the content. Dustin Shalley. Okay. Dustin Shalley said, evil shit like the Democrats in Minnesota. And I replied, ? And he said, what? All the fraud. I'm going to stop you right there, Chief. The fraud was investigated by Democrats. You know that, right? Are you under the impression that Nick Shirley uncovered fraud? It was It was the Walz administration and the Biden DOJ that investigated and convicted the fraudsters. LOL, because they had to. Oh, because they had to. Oh, their hands were tied, chat.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
You guys know that no matter what, it's so beautiful what they can do. Okay, Democrats prosecute the fraud. Yeah, because they had to. Alternate universe. Democrats don't prosecute the fraud. See, they're in on it. There's nothing they could do. There's nothing they could do. There's literally nothing to do. What would they have to do? Prevent the fraud. That's the answer. You know how you prevent the fraud? You just don't have social programs. Give all the money to the top 1%. I hate these people. All right. Going to our next guest. 160-pound beta liberal. I missed when I was 160 pounds for the election. Or you bring illegals to your state, give them driver's licenses, and they will vote for you. I'm going to hold your hand while I say this to you. Non-citizens cannot vote. Even if you have a driver's license, you will not be able to vote. There's something called voter rolls. Thank you so much, Whitney, for the, I don't even know what that was, but thank you so much. Something called voter rolls that need to match your driver's license. I live here, Dan. In Minnesota, you vote with only a driver's license. 100% they can vote here. Dustin, I'm going to ask you this question. Please don't lie, okay? Just talk to me like a human. When you give them your driver's license, do they look at anything? Like, just follow me, okay? You give them your driver's license, right? They take the license, right, and go, okay, here's your ballot? Or do they take your license and then look at something? They look at it to make sure you have an address in that city. Okay. So, address in the city is not enough. Have you ever heard of registering to vote? Do you think registering to vote is made up? Do you know when they say register to vote before the deadline? Why would they say that? Is it just words? They have to look at the voter registration. Your ID matches your voter registration. That's why there are some states that don't require ID, because really the important part is the registration. I'm in Minnesota and they check to see if you're registered. I mean, of course. They do it in 50 out of 50 states. They check to see if you're registered. How do you register to vote, Dan? Oh, okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. So now you're changing your claim. It's not that non-citizens are just showing up and being allowed to vote. You're saying that non-citizens are registering to vote. Is that what you're saying? Now I'll answer your question. When you register to vote, you provide your social security number. Your social security number is something that you don't have as a non-citizen. Why aren't you requesting up, by the way? Why am I talking to a Russian bot? Come up and prove you're an American. Hurry up. Sending you a request. Out here talking to a fake person. Hi, welcome up.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Actually, I think I came on here like a while ago.
Okay.
I was MAGA at the time, but I'm not really a Trump supporter anymore. I'm just extremely conservative.
You're just extremely conservative, you said?
Yeah.
Thank you, Whitney. Okay. Well, I guess first I'll ask why you're not a Trump supporter anymore.
I mean, I think you kind of know.
Okay.
He's a sellout, you know.
I don't care about
And
you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
he's willing to send Americans to go die for
Thank you,
Israel.
Whitney. Okay. And really quick, last question, and then I'll ask you about conservatism specifically. Do you acknowledge that all of the reasons that you are no longer a Trump supporter, you could have known before the 2024 election?
Yeah, but I wasn't really too like tapped in with the lore, I guess. But as I kept on studying, like listening to Myra Gaines, Nick Fuentes, they kind of like opened my eyes
All the winners.
to like
Thank you, Whitney.
what Trump is really about. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right. Okay. So now I totally understand why you're not a Trump supporter anymore. Also, I appreciate that you acknowledge you could have known this before 2024, but you weren't really dialed in. Cool. Before we continue to talk about conservatism, Dustin accepted the request. I just want to see. All right, Dustin.
How's it going,
I'm going to
Dan?
put you on hold, Michael, for just 1 second. Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I can't hear you when you're tabbed out, so I don't know.
I apologize. I was just on the state of Minnesota's website just because I wanted to be clear with what information I was giving you. But I could get you the link if you want. But I live in the state of Minnesota, and I can confirm for a fact that on the day of voting, you can register at the polling station with a driver's license, an address with a bill from your utility, and that is all you need.
Okay.
I speak to many.
Let's look at the application. Are you saying the application will not have a spot for a social security number?
Give me. Am I able to post or like?
I already opened the link. You could just.
The
so
link
it says
that I'm looking at is the one that's the register on site.
On election day. You need an ID with current name and address, right? Valid Minnesota license or receipt of any of these, blah, blah, blah. And then you need a photo ID, driver's license, U.S. passport, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then registered voter who can confirm your address. Okay. Photo ID with student housing list, valid registration in the same precinct. Notice book. Okay. All right. So my question to you is on the application. What's up?
You just read everything there. You need an ID and you need a bill with proof of address. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can't tell me that you need to register with a social security card because you don't.
No, that's what you need to provide them. You don't need to provide them a social security card, but on the form, right?
It just tells you, you just read what you have to bring to register on the day of election day.
Okay.
Correct?
So when you fill out the form, here, look, I will show you what's on my screen right now. Okay. 1 second.
So why doesn't the sheet tell you that you need to bring a social security number or a social security card? Well, even if you bring a social security card, those aren't hard to get. I know.
Well, you don't need to bring a social security card. You just need to have a social security number.
So you can just write down anybody's number. Well, I mean, that's regardless.
Okay,
it's
so now
easy
that's
to
not
get
a
Social
Minnesota
Security
problem
number.
anymore. Now you're just talking about fraud.
Well, of course, yes, but
okay.
how easy is it to get a driver's license in Minnesota if you're an illegal alien? You
Okay.
can just walk up to the DMV and get one.
So the very first
Right.
question to register is, are you a U.S. citizen? That's the very first question.
Oh, you got them. They all turned away.
Okay, so let's say they lie, right? And they say yes. When you continue on the form, there's going to be a part where you need a social security number. We can keep going if you'd like.
This isn't what happens at the DMV or at the polling station. I'll tell you that right now.
You're saying there's no form at all. They just you're under the impression that you walk in with a license and a proof of address, and they just give you a ballot. You don't have to fill out a form. There's no signature.
What does it say on that link that you read? It says you need your driver's license and you need a proof of bill, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you bring that in there, right? They give you a form, you fill the form out, they give you a ballot, and you go cast your ballot.
Wait. You fill the form out.
Mm-hmm.
That form
Got your
requires
name and
your
address
social security number.
you can write any number in there if you want to.
Okay, all right. So now we're all right.
A ballot.
I want to see where your delusion is leading us to. Okay, so you can write any number. They check those numbers. You have to be a real citizen.
They check them before you sign your ballot.
Oh, okay. So now you're talking about the same day registration when someone is trying to commit fraud.
I can't
it's a
confirm that,
provisional ballot. Yes. So have you ever heard of a provisional ballot?
No, I haven't heard of a provisional ballot.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
okay.
I've heard the word. But
Okay,
I don't know
so a
the
provisional
research.
ballot is it can be used for multiple different reasons, but one of the reasons is same day registration. One of the reasons is that you received like a mail-in ballot, but you didn't send it back, right? So they give you a provisional ballot and make sure that you didn't vote twice. One of the reasons is that you got a change of address, but your license doesn't reflect it. All of these can be reasons to receive a provisional ballot. Those provisional ballots then have a secondary check afterwards, right? And if something is wrong, they're thrown out. This is one of the final things that are counted in elections are the provisional ballots, okay? So when you do same-day registration, you don't get a regular ballot because your information hasn't been confirmed yet. You get what's known as a provisional ballot. Now, if you're under the impression that Minnesota ignores the provisional ballot and just counts it regardless, then I would need to see proof of that.
I couldn't tell you that, but I know illegal immigrants that live here that I've worked with that tell me that they get to vote based on their driver's license and showing proof of their bill. I just looked it up on the website, so I'm just giving you the information that I'm giving firsthand. Right? You're in a completely different state. You're down in Florida, so you actually aren't up here talking to the actual people. Right? You're not here waiting in line at the DMV while you have hundreds of illegal immigrants trying to get driver's license. You're not here doing that either. So I'm just giving you like firsthand, right? It's not a lie. Whoever's in chat saying it's a lie, it's not a lie, right? It's the truth, right? The governor passed a bill to give driver's license to illegal immigrants up here, and it was a shit show the day that it passed. An absolute shit show. They had police all over the place at the DMVs. There were just lines up there. And, it's been a thing for Democrats in Minnesota for a long time to get illegals to come here, to get them to vote. It's just been a thing.
Can I ask you a
for
favor?
quite some time.
I don't mind if you
go
say
ahead.
like illegal immigrant or whatever, but if you could just like actually add a noun, because they are people, right? Just don't call them illegals. Don't call them by an adjective. Or add a noun. Say illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants, something like that. But just calling them illegals, I think, is kind of gross.
That's your opinion, yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree that they're people?
Yeah, dude, I call them amigos, and they love it.
Amigos is a noun. It means friends, right? Illegals is an adjective.
Or amigo. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm not.
Yeah, so
here
it's
to
dehumanizing.
Debate words and nouns.
Yeah, you said I called them
pronouns and
amigos.
all that
That's not
bullshit.
dehumanizing. Calling them illegals is dehumanizing. Do you understand?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No
Yeah.
worries.
Well, I'm asking you a favor if you could just do that for at least the rest of this conversation. Then you could go back to being a horrible piece of shit. But for at least this conversation, if you could just add a noun so you're not dehumanizing. I mean, yeah, people. I don't know how else to explain this to you. A person, because of their legal status, you're not even applying a noun to them. They're an illegal. to you. You don't understand why that's dehumanizing?
I just think that you just try to find things to argue about when you can't argue about the points that I
No, I
brought
already
up,
argued
but
about the point.
that's
You got a
totally
provisional
fine.
ballot. You don't know, no, bro. You don't know anything about provisional ballot. You didn't know until I told you.
What about the illegals getting driver's license? You just kind of just like brush that
Well,
over.
because
like,
that
like,
has
yeah,
not.
it's fine.
Okay, so
I
you
said
couldn't do it.
illegals
You couldn't
for you,
do
by
it for
the way.
one sentence. Just so we're clear. That's how racist. It's so ingrained. Couldn't even for the rest of this conversation add a noun.
What did
Illegal
you want me to
immigrants.
say?
Anything with a
You want
noun.
me to say illegal instead of illegals? What did you want me to say there?
You could say illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants or non-citizens. I like non-citizens lately. That's kind of a cool
Oh,
one.
I
Just
see, I
anything
see,
with
I
a
see.
noun.
Whew,
How do you
man,
know? Wait,
triggered.
dude, what do you call?
It's triggered Dan.
Do you call black people blacks? Is that what you call?
What was the question? Sorry.
I said, do you call black people blacks?
I don't call black people anything. It's all people, right?
When you're referring to the African American community, how do you refer to them?
It depends on what context the conversation is in, I guess.
The context is any context. Is there any context where you call them blacks?
I mean, I don't know. I don't talk about people like that. So
You talk about illegal immigrants like that, right?
I'm saying illegals get driver's license, and you're jumping down my throat. And you're all triggered by it. It's hilarious.
No, what I'm doing is I'm showing you why it's dehumanizing by giving you an example that's harder to defend. Right? Because it's less socially accepted right now.
I guess if I were to say black, I would say my black employee, is awesome. That's what I would say. So I don't say my black's employee is awesome. That's not what I would say.
Oh no, you really aren't tracking. You're not tracking the conversation. You're just not doing it.
Yeah, no, because you're
Okay.
just trying to get off.
I'll walk
topic
you through. No,
because
I'll
you
walk you
agree
through.
with illegal-
No,
you
I swear to
agree
God,
with
I swear to
illegal
God, I will
getting
talk about the driver's
driver's
licenses for as
Yeah,
long as you
you
want.
disagree
Okay,
with that.
I will. I don't. Yes,
You
I don't care. I
disagree.
don't care. I don't care if illegal
Right,
immigrants get driver's licenses.
Right.
Okay,
So
I will
what's the
explain
point
that in a
of a
second.
border
No,
then?
I'm sorry. I need you to track what I'm saying here. It's not a matter of the S. It's not a matter of the plural on the adjective. It's a matter that you're not applying a noun. So you know how you said black employees, right? They're employees, right? That's the noun. Black employees. But for illegal immigrants, you're just saying illegals. And I think it's dehumanizing to talk about a group of people without including a noun. You're just talking about them by an adjective. Does that make sense?
Oh, thanks for the prompt to turn my microphone back on. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. That's fine. I'm not super worried about it, but I understand that you are. So I feel for you, brother.
Okay, cool. Now, back to the point. So, an illegal immigrant having a driver's license does not guarantee that they can vote, right? Why would I care if a non-citizen has a driver's license? Why does that matter to me? How does that change my life?
I mean, why why should all the non-citizens get all the same things that the citizens get?
What do you mean by
I mean,
get?
where do you stop?
What is it?
Right?
What do you mean by get? You know, driver's licenses cost money, right? It's not like they're getting a free driver's license.
How much do driver's license cost?
Whatever it is, it's more than zero. Like is it?
Pennies. It's pennies, right?
Oh, it's pennies.
but,
Okay,
I mean,
all right. So just so we're clear, a driver's license.
If
If you're getting the
government
license plate at the same
assistance and that's
time, it could be like $500. But that's besides the point.
Why wouldn't you want to come from a third world country and get free assistance and WIC and government assistance and driver's license and all this stuff from a state?
We're gonna go one at a time.
Why would you do
One at a
that?
time. We're gonna go one at a time. So really quick, how is a driver's license a benefit?
Oh, a driver's license is a benefit for, what do you mean? Why does anybody have a driver's license? Why would there be cars? Are there no benefits?
I'm saying,
to
what
cars?
is
I
the
mean,
drawback?
Come on, Dan.
What is the
Come on, Dan.
drawback?
Use that little brain of yours in there. Use that little brain. Come on. You can figure it out. What is a benefit of a driver's license, my friend? Oh my gosh, here we go.
The way you're saying it is that
Take a
we
deep
are
breath,
paying
Dan.
out, right?
Deep breath, Dan.
Do you think?
Deep breath.
Are you under the impression that like you're tracking the conversation? Like
No, you're just triggered. You're just triggered easily, Dan. I know.
I
It's great.
no, I don't think you understand this. What triggers me most is when people overtalk. So anytime like I'm trying to get you back on track and you can't do it because you want to overtalk, that just triggers me more.
No, trolling you, Dan, is what triggers you. And it's
No, you're
hilarious.
not trolling. No, your brain thinks this. No.
That's
The first guest we had on the troll. This is you are not trolling. This is you. Okay, just so we're clear.
This is me
You
trolling.
are not
Dan.
going to back out of this and say, no, I was trolling. I was just pretending to be smooth brained. No. Okay.
No, this is me trolling Dan and getting Dan triggered. This is what I'm doing.
Okay. Wait, how are you trolling? What are you doing that's trolling?
Everything that's making you triggered.
Can you give me an example of what you're doing that's trolling?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you like to provide that example now?
I don't need to. Do you need me to? Do you not? You don't understand?
Well, so generally speaking, when someone is trolling, they are saying or doing things that they don't actually believe, right? You're just being you. Nothing you're doing is different to what you feel and believe, right? So you're under the impression that a non-citizen having a driver's license hurts you, right? Because someone told you to be afraid of them, right?
Never said it hurted me.
Oh, okay. So if a non-citizen having a driver's license,
now you're putting words in my mouth.
okay. So let me just ask you a question. Does a non-citizen having a driver's license cause any problem to citizens?
Yeah.
How?
They're dangerous driving on the road up here because they don't know exactly what the fuck is going on.
Okay. Are you under the impression that they don't have to take driver's tests?
My daughter, who's 8, could pass a driver's test, my friend, if she could reach the pedals.
Oh, okay. So you think driver's licenses in general are a problem, right?
It's a joke. I mean, come on, let's be real.
Oh, a funny joke. Okay. So if both citizens and non-citizens have to pass the same test, then why would they be more dangerous?
Well, it's
It's tough. I know what you're doing right now. You're feeling cognitive dissonance, right?
No. I don't think that's true, Dan. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I actually do. Go ahead, say it.
Okay, so if you don't drive in the country that you're going to, let's say your country drives just wherever the fuck they want. They don't have roads, right? And you got to go read. It's like, oh, driving the right side of the road, driving this side of the road. It still doesn't matter. It's still just a kind of a free for all, right? You can imagine how many accidents happen from people that are just new drivers that are, illegal immigrants for you, right?
But they have to pass the test. You know they have to pass our test, right?
16-year-olds pass the test. It's not hard, Dan. 16-year-olds pass the test.
So then why do you think they take the test and then they just throw out all that knowledge?
What do you mean they throw all that knowledge? It's
throw out.
What, they throw out the 40 questions that you get asked on a green
I just don't.
screen?
I'm just trying to put myself in your argument. You're saying that someone comes from another country, right? In that country, they're dangerous drivers, I guess. Not in the United States, by the way. We're really safe drivers, looking at our phones and shit, right? But okay, in other countries, really dangerous drivers. They come here, right? They learn our laws and then they don't follow them. Do you have any evidence of that other than your vibes and feelings?
Just like living proof, I guess.
Living proof. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
So driving down the road, and you have to profile at some point just to see like,
driving down the road, and the Browns are driving bad, huh? That's what it is.
It ain't just Browns, right? You know what I mean? It ain't just Browns, brother. We got a lot of Somalians up here. You think they're all just just come up here illegally? Do you think that's true?
I've never once thought about the citizenship status of a person in the United States.
Right, and
never crossed my
mind.
Difference.
I mean, why? What's the point of borders then, in your opinion? There isn't, right? So we should just let everybody in.
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you're just saying you don't care that illegals are here, right? Illegal immigrants. I'm sorry, Dan. Don't want to trigger you too much.
Apology not accepted. Okay, so there's a difference, right? There's a difference between having a strong border and deporting people that are already here, right? There's also a difference between allowing more legal immigration. Let me ask you a question. Would you be okay with allowing more legal immigration?
Yeah, of course. Done
Really?
the right pass. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, wait. Wouldn't that lead to more dangerous drivers?
Because the people that are wanting to do it right are doing it right.
But the driver's license process is exactly the same.
Dude, Dan, think about it. When you got 1,000 people at a DMV trying to get driver's license, I mean, come on now. Like at the same time because of a
No.
you
Walk me
know what
through
I
this.
mean?
Okay. All right. So in your world, in Dustin's world, right? DMV has got a line of 1,000 deep, and they're like,
Yeah.
fuck, just pass them. Just give them all A's. Do you think that happens?
No, that's not what I said. But I mean, I'm just saying. Just think of like the redundancy and how the process goes when you got 1,000 people in line all sitting there to take a test. You know, I don't know. It's just I'm just telling you. It's
No.
not a
I
good-
want you to
it's
walk
not a
me
good
through an
feeling, you
example.
know what
So
I mean?
walk me through an example. So there's 1,000 people in line to take a test.
Mhm.
Does that mean that the DMV employees are now not doing the tests right?
No, I mean, because you got your written test, which is on your little computer, right? Those are the ones that are just pretty basic and pretty easy to answer, right? There's 3 right answers, 1 wrong answer,
Right.
right? And then you got your driver's test that you go drive around for 15 minutes, right?
Mhm.
I mean, how hard is that to pass, Dan? For real? I
Okay,
mean,
right.
Did you
Okay.
did you fail? Did you fail?
So my argument, or your argument, is that something about the way someone crossed the border changes the way that they drive when they're here. Because you said you would be for more legal immigration, but illegal immigration leads to more dangerous drivers. So something
It
here,
also leads to illegals driving.
something here is not adding up.
It also leads to illegal immigrants driving as well.
Yeah, well,
Does it not?
that for non-racists doesn't matter. No, it literally is a non-issue. Does not affect me.
Hmm?
An illegal immigrant driving a vehicle doesn't affect me.
Oh, driving around without insurance doesn't affect you?
Oh, driving around
Interesting,
without
Dan.
insurance. Oh, okay.
That's
Hold on.
illegally driving. You think you can't
Hold
get you can't get insurance? Dan,
Hold on a
without-
second.
Go ahead.
So now what you're describing is a person driving around without insurance. Do you know who also drives around without insurance?
Oh, you can't deflect here. It's just the truth. Everybody, there's a lot of people. Not I can't say everybody. There's
That's
a lot of
right.
people
So
driving
that's
around
not a
without
problem
insurance.
of
However,
illegal citizens or not, or illegal immigrants or not, right?
it's I would assume that the people that are driving around without insurance have probably had their driver's license for quite some time and just can't afford, because they're just a shitty driver, can't afford to pay for insurance, rather than just an illegal immigrant not knowing the rules of the law of the roads driving around.
Oh,
Right?
God. Okay. All right. So let me get this straight. Okay.
So you get one illegal immigrant to go get a driver's license. He goes and gets a car, right?
Mhm.
And he's got 7 other people that live with him, and they're all driving. I mean, they work for me, Dan. I mean, I'm not here trying to tell you.
Wait. They
I
work
don't
for
like-
you.
Yeah. Why? What do you mean they can't work for me?
How do you pay them?
How do I pay them? I write them a check.
You write them a check.
Yeah, of course.
And are you reporting this to the government?
Yeah, of course. I send them a 1099. Then it's out of my hands.
Oh, okay. So they're contributing to your business. They're contributing to our society, and you hate them for some reason?
Did I say I hate them?
Well, I mean, you don't want them to be able to drive for reasons unbeknownst to us, like actual nonsensical reasons. You're saying, oh, well, because they came here illegally, they're bad drivers. But if they came here legally, they'd be good drivers.
I didn't say that either.
Oh, that is actually what
I
you said.
said
I would be for.
no.
This is what you said.
I said I support,
Mhm.
right, legal immigration. I said I support legal immigration. I would support more easy access to legal immigration as well. 100%.
So why would that not lead to more dangerous drivers?
Well, again, because the people that are doing it the right way are following the rules and the laws and they're doing all that, you're going to get a much better outcome than you are if people just flood your state, go get a driver's license or not, and drive around. You're going to get a better result, I imagine.
You imagine. Thank you. You admitted it. This is your imagination.
You don't have any proof.
Everything you're describing is your imagination.
You have no proof of the reverse. It's your opinion versus my opinion.
You're making the affirmative claim. I'm not the one that came in here and that said, if you overstayed a visa, you're a bad driver, and if you waited 8 years to come into the country, you're a good driver. I didn't make that claim. That was you. Okay, you're making the affirmative claim.
I didn't make that claim either.
Your claim is that
I said the odds are better.
Your claim is that legal immigrants are better drivers than illegal immigrants.
I said the odds would be better, in my opinion. Yes.
Yeah, in your opinion, yes. That's vibes and feelings.
Of course, it's all opinion. Everything you talk about, Dan, is your opinion.
No, that's not true.
Just about everything.
But my opinion is rooted.
Your opinion.
My opinions are rooted in like reality. Like if you
you
had a study,
listen, real life experiences.
If you had a study, anecdotes, right? Okay. If you had a study that showed that like most accidents or like a higher amount of accidents per capita are caused by illegal immigrants than by citizens or than by legal immigrants or anything like that, and then your opinion for why is what you just said, then maybe we'd be getting somewhere. But this is just you just woke up and you're like, you know what?
We're on Facebook, we're on TikTok live chatting. I'm on my phone.
It's not an excuse to be smooth-brained. I'm sorry, you can't just.
What I'm telling you is, I can't just pop out and go get links for you and do all that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
No.
We're not going to agree.
Oh my God.
We're not going to agree on anything, Dan. You're gonna deflect. It's what you do to everybody. You deflect in different directions. You'll find a way to do whatever you want, talk about whatever you want, and you'll disregard this, you'll disregard that. You'll tell me putting words in my mouth, and it's like you're trying to make me to be out the bad guy.
All I've done is test your logic. All I've done is test your logic. And when it fails, you call it a deflection. That's all I've done is test your logic. And by the way, you proved why you are who you are. You said, "Well, I'm on TikTok, so I can't go and pull up studies or whatever." You're already doing it wrong, right? What you'd be doing is you'd be researching to confirm your biases. You should already have seen the studies and then you form your opinion. You form your opinion first. You're working backwards.
No. I'm sorry, Dan. You don't have to. You don't need a study to form an opinion. You fucking
statistics. No, it doesn't have to be studies. Statistics. Anything.
No, you just said you need to show me a study that proves.
It could be statistics. It doesn't have to be a study. Could be just the statistics.
Show me a study or some statistic that proves that your opinion is accurate. It's just a joke. Anyway, you can move on to the next guy. You and I would go back and forth for hours and get nowhere just because that's the type of person you are. You can't actually have a civil conversation with somebody.
Flag for hate speech. Sorry, chat. I didn't hear the slur, but it looks like TikTok did. So, Dustin, in case you're still here, the reason we'll never agree is because you just believe in your vibes and feelings, and you back nothing up with facts. Facts don't care about your feelings, and I don't care about you. You just why would I care about your opinion? You say, well, I employ elite. First of all, you don't consider them human, right? You couldn't even fathom why would it matter that I'm calling them illegals? Who cares? Right? You couldn't even fathom it. Slurred, of course, because that's what these people do. But this idea, right, that I'm going to ever agree with somebody who lives in a different reality. You said, I imagine that illegals would be worse at driving. I don't care about your imagination. Why would I give a fuck about your imagination? Can you next time? Can you imagine yourself voting instead of actually voting and doing this to us? Michael, thank you so much for being so patient. Are you still there, Michael? Who is that? Lovey, thank you for the roses. If I missed any, I missed a bunch of small gifts. Thank you. Who's that? Thank you, Laddie. Thank you, Chuckles. Thank you, Kristen. If I missed something over that debate, I'm sorry. They see what's getting done to people in Minnesota. Scared they better Bow to the knee. I'm a little confused by that comment. Okay. We're going to go to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, drop a file, tap the screen. You didn't turn off the lights? Oh, did you send a turn off the lights? I'm sorry. I did see the dino. Oh, thank you for the dino. And then Miss Sunflower, are you still here? Thank you for the sunglasses. Hi, welcome up.
Hey.
What's going on?
No, not a whole lot. So, do you support the LGBT community?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Yeah.
So, do you support them when they're trying to drop the T that they no longer want to associate with the trans community?
Who are you? Are you referring to like J.K. Rowling? That's not like there's not like this massive movement from the LGBT community.
No,
LGBTQ community.
But there is.
Okay, so are you asking if I support? If you're asking if I support people who want to remove transgender individuals from the LGBTQ community, then no, I don't.
Okay, so you don't stand with the lesbian, gay, bi community?
If there is a community of, hold on one second. Chat, it says I'm disconnected on TikTok. Oh, we're back. Yeah. So if there is a community of gay and lesbian and bisexual people who don't want to support the trans community, then I don't agree with them. Is that really that difficult?
It's not like they hate them, right? They just don't want to be in the same group with them.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Kit.
Yeah, so the group you're talking about is a very small minority group within the LGBTQ plus community. They are typically the more conservative leaning people who don't even give a fuck about queer history and understand that trans women were one of the biggest reasons that any of us even have rights today. So no, we don't listen to the minority of the community. The majority of the community wants more of us together because we are stronger in numbers. We help each other more. Thank you, Neely. We help each other more when we have more numbers. That is a small fringe group of who you are referring to, and they do not get along with the rest of us because they're wrong.
Well, it's actually growing pretty fast.
It's not. They've been around for years, like literally years.
Wait, can I just
They're
ask?
Not growing.
Thank you so much, Levy. Can I just ask, like, where do you, Miss Sunflower? Thank you for the DJ glasses, and for the ones before. I don't know if you were here when I thank you for that. Thank you so much. Do you have any like evidence that it's growing really fast, or?
Well, I mean,
no.
There's no study on it, right? But you see it. You see it on social media. I have a few gay friends that, even a year ago, he had a much different opinion than he does today. And it's because of all the, transgender reading hour and, them just going
There's not a transgender reading hour. You don't even have the meme right. It's drag queen story hour or whatever.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it was.
Yeah. What?
It's
go ahead, Kit. Just go ahead.
It's held in public libraries, and parents choose to take their children. Like, this isn't being forced on anyone. It's somebody dressing up in a costume and reading a book to kids in a public place.
So parents would, take the little German kids to the Yahtzee training.
Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to do this with me. You really don't want to go this route with me.
What do you mean?
I mean, I am a Jewish person, and you don't want to go this route with me because I will school you so hard.
Well, just because you're Jewish doesn't mean that.
I educate myself on history.
Okay,
so let's stick to the topic that you want to talk about, which for some reason is a fringe group of my community trying to tear each other apart from the rest of them because they don't want to be associated with people that they can't understand, which is really funny coming from a whole community that hasn't been understood since basically the beginning of time. That was very interesting to me. Are you even a part of this community?
No.
So why are you so concerned about what's happening in our community and the fringe groups within it?
Well, so because I was watching this debate and then I seen the multi-guest logo and it's blue and pink,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought, man, that's not very inclusive. And it just got me
That's
thinking.
just how TikTok is.
Right.
That's just their button on TikTok. That's on
Yeah.
every live.
No argument. I'm just walking you through how I got here. I mean, because
Okay.
I can argue on many debates or many topics, but how I got there was looking at the multi-guest logo.
So did you just came in and were looking for inspiration for something to debate about? It's not your actual beliefs.
Well, as I was scrolling, it said conservatives, right there. I was like, oh, that's me. He's talking about me.
Wait a second. Am I seeing double?
Am
No,
I?
that's weird, dude.
Happening?
This guy's a big phony. I would never say these things.
Wait, how is he using my? That's crazy.
Well, which one's the real dem troll?
I'm the
real
bottom
dim
one.
troll.
You're the wait. You said you're a bottom.
I'm the
That's right.
second from the bottom. The one up top, that is
No,
not.
I love
them.
being a bottom. I'm a power bottom, actually.
No,
That's crazy. I've never seen this.
no, correct me if I'm wrong.
Me either. Who do you think you are? Coming onto these panels. Troll the dims.
I am the dem troll.
No, I'm the dim troll.
No, you're a dem troll.
No, you're an imposter.
I must have triggered you.
Who's triggered?
You are.
That's crazy.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have done what you did.
You just admitted we're a power bottom, right?
Yeah.
I can't tell which is the real one.
I don't know what's happening right now.
I know. This is crazy. So, dem
Wait.
troll up top got triggered.
Wait,
He's
okay.
really upset.
All right.
No, I'm a bottom.
Tell me
Can't have an
something.
opinion different than his.
Tell me so. All right. I'm gonna kick the fake dem troll. Okay. Tell me something that only the real dem troll would know.
That picture was taken at a gym.
Wow. Okay, that guy's obviously a phony. Anyone could tell that.
It's got a cross, and the lateral part is a barbell.
It was taken at the YMCA, of course.
It's it was a YMCA.
My client wants to.
Oh, they both know. Interesting.
But that shirt is from Whole Strength. So if you look up Whole Strength, you'll see that logo.
Did you? But did you rip it off when you were done though? Because I rip mine off when I'm done.
No, dude, those clothes are expensive.
No.
Yes,
You buy
they
new
are.
ones.
No.
Yeah.
Like,
See, he's a phony.
One gym outfit, that gym outfit costs like almost $100 just for the shirt and shorts. Not gonna rip that.
Yeah. You just buy a new one, dude. Amazon next day.
No, it's Whole Strength. You can't get it on Amazon.
See, you don't even know where to get it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like he was the one that said YMCA first.
See?
Yes, that's taken out of YMCA.
Right.
Host knows.
Yeah, so he said YMCA first though, and you just repeat it. So you said gym, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you were just being super vague.
The gym
Anyone
is
could tell
in
it's a
fact
gym.
the YMCA. I also have a membership at Anytime Fitness. But the picture is not
No,
at
it's not
Anytime Fitness.
That's
Look up the Whole Strength logo and you'll see it on my shirt.
All right, chat. Top or bottom? Who's the real one? Let's vote. Come on. I
Okay.
gotta
Yeah.
see
Yeah.
the
All right.
chat.
We're gonna put it to a vote, and then the fake one's gonna get kicked. Okay. All right. So, and then we'll continue with the debate.
Okay, hey. Well, what's the ask them about the tattoos. What is tattooed on the knuckles?
Power. Bottom.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so what is all right? Laughing emoji.
Trip.
Laughing emoji if the top one is fake. Crying emoji if the bottom one is fake. Okay. Laughing emoji
Look,
for top one is fake. Crying emoji for bottom one is
The
fake.
tattoo across my knuckles in the picture will say trip. TRIP.
TRIP.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm looking at the picture and I don't see any tattoo.
Now, guys, zoom in. It's on the same arm with the Texas 972.
I just see some bare knuckles.
No, there's a tattoo there. I did it in jail, so it's not like real bright or real big.
I don't know. Also, kind of
the other Dentroll's gone. He left.
Oof. But he was. But the poll does say that you're the fake one. So now.
Well, I'm not.
All right. If the real one comes back, then I'll drop you. But for now, okay. So let's get back to what we're talking about. So,
look, we don't have to talk about the LGB. I imagine we differ on about everything.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like you care about what other people do, and I don't. If like.
No, I don't care what other people do.
Okay, so then why do you care?
So
that trans people
look,
exist?
I voted Democrat my whole life, up until they became the man. Yeah, I was.
Tell me the Democrats you voted for.
Huh?
Tell me the Democrats you voted for.
I voted for Obama both times. Bernie Sanders. Well, that's I'm not real old.
Bernie Sanders, you say?
Yeah, I even had the stamp where you stamped all your money that said this is not for lobbying. It's an anti-lobby.
So in the general election, when Bernie endorsed Hillary Clinton, you didn't vote for her?
No.
Okay.
No, I felt like it was stolen from him. That he had all the movement, but the Democrats, did what they do, and they said, no, we want this person.
And you voted for Trump instead?
No, actually, I think I didn't vote that one. But then I voted for Trump this last time.
What about 2020?
I was in jail.
Would you have voted for Biden or Trump?
I probably would have voted for Trump.
Okay. What was jail like during COVID?
Dude, it was crazy. So I was watching the news and, seeing that, toilet paper weren't on shelves. And it actually, dude, it saved me because I was looking at 65 years in prison and I got raided right before COVID hit. So COVID hit, I'm sitting in jail. I never waived my right to a speedy trial. So, the state that I live in says that a speedy trial is 90 days or less. So I'm in there. Nobody's moving. Prisons aren't taking anybody. The court system is shut down. And I was in there past 90 days. So I call my lawyer. I'm like, hey, this is a constitutional right. I'm not getting my due process. Are they going to let me out? And she's like, I'm looking into this, whatever. Well, she gets a hold of me and says, no, COVID supersedes any constitutional right that you have. And I was like, what? I was super pissed. But I sat there. Well, a treatment center started accepting people. So my drug counselor got the jail to transfer me to that treatment center. So I was still property of the county, living at a different venue. So it was a month-long treatment. I graduated it, and I had applied to live at the halfway house they had. Well, I got accepted into the halfway house, and so when I was in treatment, I became the president of of my group, and I got into the halfway house, and my probation officer or the court was so happy.
Wait, hold on. I got to stop you really quick. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because Demtroll 1338 does not comply with our community guidelines. The restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Reason, misinformation that may cause moderate harm. Well, as much as I'd like to hear the rest of that story, didn't Dan just ask how jail was? What the fuck are we talking about? I don't know, man. Should have kept the real Demtroll. I didn't kick him. Real Demtroll left on their own accord.
I want to know why 65 years, but anyways,
that was my next step. I was just waiting for him to stop talking for me to ask him why he was facing 65 years. I had it locked and loaded.
Anyways, thank you, Dan. W Black trans women for fighting for LGBTQ plus rights, and hope you get some actual conversation that's not people just monologuing.
I hope so too. All right, thank you, Kit. He said he got raided. Yeah. Wild stuff. Wait, is this the real Demtroll? Ashby?
It is me, the real Demtroll.
That was pretty good, I will say.
I couldn't help it. His name was just like begging for it.
Substance trafficking, I'm pretty sure, for 65 years. Damn, that's a lot, though.
I love Tesla.
All right.
All right.
Well,
good night.
Thank you for putting a smile on a bunch of our faces. Have a good night. Can we get some W's in the chat for the mods? Ashby included, but also all the mods that are doing the big work in the chat. We have Neely, we have Whitney. Who else is here and awake? I know Caffeine was here earlier. There'll be all the mods in the chat. LRDC is here. Last time I did this, I forgot somebody and I felt really bad. Okay. Michael just passed out up there. I mean, I don't blame him. We were talking to that. I was about to dehumanize him. We were talking to that person. I said Whitney. Sid, I did forget Sid. I'm sorry. I'm here, but not super helpful. No, you're very helpful. You are our resident sex bot blocker. Actually, I feel like there are fewer sex bots nowadays. Santana, what's up? I was in your chat earlier today. I don't think you saw me, but you were very meticulously what was the word? Like dismantling this guy's argument, and I really, really appreciated it. That was good stuff. I'm trying to remember what they're scared of Sid. The argument. Oh yes, about it was like 75. That was $75,000 for surgery, $75 million, something like that. And he used the average cost and was trying to connect it to the government is paying for $75K for surgery, yeah. And then you kept stopping. And you're like, no, hold on. It was really good. It was just saying. Don Malik left us for weeks. Sorry. Okay, we're going to the next guest. Unless Michael wakes up. If we run out of guests, I think we're going to have to start making noise so Michael wakes up. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay.
That's what's up. So I'm actually not MAGA, but I do have a question.
Okay.
If that's okay. A lot of the time I see you pop up. I don't follow you, but actually I believe I do. Let me check real quick.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I was going to say my bad. I do follow you, but every time I see you pop up on my lives, you're always like going with or debating MAGA and whatnot, and I don't feel like it's very productive to do such. And I think you would gain more from like debating like other people on the left, other liberals. How do you feel about that? Like, what's your thoughts?
So I don't disagree that debating MAGA can be very unfruitful, because if you're MAGA in 2026, like, your mind's not changing, bro. You're cooked. However, debating MAGA is a good way to spread information. It's so people that are watching the lives, people that are scrolling, it provides two big things. It provides one, the information, the statistics, the arguments that fellow progressives can use in regards to maybe their family or their friends. But then two, non-voters. We had 90 million people not vote in the last election. Non-voters might watch a debate like this, might be more inclined to watch a debate like this rather than watch something like a news segment or whatever, and see what is going on with the other side. Like, who is voting? They're one of the 90 million that didn't vote. Oh, fuck. They got whole Nazis voting. Oh, fuck. They got, like, genocide enthusiasts voting. Like, what are we doing? And I think that's a good I think so many people assume, right? So many people are just checked out. For some of that, I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit disjointed here. Just give me a moment. A lot of people are just checked out. And a lot of that is because everybody's working, right? We got to work to make ends meet. Shit's expensive. Nobody's got time to pay attention to what's going on. You're checked out. We just assume both parties are the same, or it's a uniparty, and or all politicians lie, all politicians don't care about us, blah blah blah, right? People are complacent, yes, and so that leads to voter apathy, which leads to people not voting, which leads to conservatives winning, because conservatives can only win, right? If people only voted based on policy, right? Conservatives would only get the votes of top 1%, essentially, right? So the way conservatives are able to win is fear mongering, right? Misinformation, and voter apathy. When people don't show up, because the ones that are always going to show up are Republicans, diehard Republicans, people that have the most to gain by either their bank accounts or harming those that they hate or that they fear. So personally, I think if everybody voted, right, or every legal person that is eligible to vote voted, we would have a much, much, much different country. The idea that we could get any president to hit the office with fewer than 50% of the votes, number one, and like sub 50% approval rating is insane to me, right? It's and it's the result of a disengaged populace. I mean, we look at the midterms. Up until 2018, midterm attendance has been like really bad, and actually even before that, the last big spike was 2010 because so many Republicans showed up to counter Obama. But like 2016 election had horrible attendance, which is what started this whole participation, not attendance. Horrible participation, which started this whole mess. Voter apathy is really bad, and I think if we don't show what is at stake, then we're going to lead to just more elections where 90 million people allow like a convicted felon and adjudicated sexual abuser to become the president. And so that's why I still debate MAGA. I don't debate them to change their minds. Not anymore. I used to.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Also, really quick, I'm sorry, I'm already monologuing for so long, but something I touched on earlier, how Republicans don't vote based on policy. 77.7% of farmers voted for Trump in 2024. And farm bankruptcies have soared under Trump, both in his first term and in his second term. They fell during the Biden administration. So, yeah, that's just a fun fact. By fun, I mean, yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's valid. I see. I'm more to inform people, kind of just passing by and seeing a stream. Is that kind of what you're getting at with that? Just informing people, trying to decrease voter apathy.
Yeah. No, and also get people more engaged. Like I know that I probably learned some things when I first got on TikTok. One of the first debaters I saw was Parker, and I definitely learned some things that I didn't know, and then use that going forward when I would talk with people around me. So,
yeah, I definitely agree with that. I've definitely learned from debates as well. Overall, though, I do feel like there's still a lack of people on the left debating people on the left. And I think those type of debates would be more productive. I think you can do both. I think you can still debate. You can debate Mac and you can debate other liberals / leftists.
I would be way more inclined to do that had Harris won the election.
Okay.
It's kind of a situation where it's like, what's the point of debating people on the left when we should all be like together right now, preventing the rise of fascism? Like we're at absolute dire straits. Now that being said, I've been pretty critical, or a lot more critical after the election, of the Democratic Party than I have before the election. I thought it was insane that there was 107 days that Kamala had to run against a literal sexual assaulter, and people wanted to trash the Democratic Party. I'm like, guys, just wait, just after the election, right? That, like, all of the reforms that you would want, anything that you're upset about in regards to the party not being further left or universal healthcare or whatever, those are things you can fight for under a Harris administration. Under a Trump administration, we're going back. We're going back decades. We got to fight for rights that we already had. So
that's a good point. I see what you mean.
You debate the left more than other debaters. I mean, I usually just debate whoever comes up, to be honest. So I will debate a lefty here or there. Whereas there are some debaters who will only debate MAGA. Like they don't even bring up like a friendly to talk. And to be fair, a lot of them it's for it's just maximizing your time. Like the really popular debaters, they got a request box of like 100 people, right? And if you stop and spend 2 minutes talking to a friendly, it's 2 minutes talking to a friendly, numbers start going down, and the algorithm starts fucking you up. Like there's reasons. It's just so it's less what's the word here? I don't want to get like too much credits. Like, oh well, he'll actually he'll talk to other people. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, we got 3 guests, so I got time. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. It's
All
getting
right.
it's getting to that point. It's getting late. My brain's not braining.
But all right. Nah, I mean that's your points though. I definitely think if you really want any change, yeah, definitely gonna need a Democratic administration to actually advocate for more actual left wing policies and whatnot. So I see where you're coming from. I just wanted to ask you that. I've kind of been complaining about people only debating MAGA lately.
Yeah, I get it.
It's good to hear your take on it.
Yeah, it's
Peace out, man.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up.
Of course.
Thank you. The FYP. Thank you so much. Check DMs. Oh shit. LRDC, wait. I copy pasted it into the chat box and never sent it. Look, it's right there. Oh, my brain is cooked. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I did want to ask you something about that really quick. What's going on in here? We are I don't know what we're doing. I think I'm getting close to not debating anymore. But okay. Bring up the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I see the One Piece flag in the back. Who is your favorite character?
Luffy.
It's a good character, but there's only one good option. I mean, one right option.
Oh yeah.
Kuma, bro.
So, if you cut out the Straw Hats, right? Which I mean, they have an unfair advantage, right? They have so much screen time, right? Because my two favorite characters are Luffy and Zoro. If you cut out the Straw Hats, honestly, I think my two favorite characters were introduced at the exact same time, and they are polar opposites, and that's Kuma and Doflamingo.
I love it, bro.
Literal polar opposite. But yeah, I do love Kuma.
You say Doflamingo, but I honestly think Rociante might be a better character than Doflamingo.
I mean, he's a better person, but Doflamingo's like he's such a good villain as a character, you know. Anyway, I don't want to bore the. I don't know how many One Piece. I'm actually curious. Okay, I'm gonna put a poll. All right. Laughing emoji if you're a One Piece fan, or have seen One Piece or like One Piece. Like, you don't have to be like a diehard fan. Crying emoji if you've either never heard of it, don't know anything about it, or don't like it.
I see a couple dragging comments. That's a good one too, but I want to see more of Dragon, to be honest. Besides what we've seen in the manga, we need to see more.
Okay, fairly even. All right. Was that the reason you came up?
That was the only reason.
All right.
I love you. You're a great person. Keep doing what you do. Have a good night.
You too. Good night. That count was my last game. Well, One Piece is an anime / manga. Which is which? Laughing is you like One Piece. Crying is you either don't know about One Piece or don't like One Piece. I know enough to know I should love it, but I've never seen it. I will say, while One Piece is still probably my favorite anime or manga or whatever you want to call it, I do have qualms. All right, I do have qualms. And I recognize that even if you are live action or not, I like the live action. And I recognize that it wouldn't be right for everyone, even if you would be moved by the emotional scenes, and if you would be intrigued by the world building, and you would love like the historical allegories and all of that, there's still a lot that could turn you off. And I'm hoping that the new series, the better paced / animated version of it that's coming up, I don't know what it's called, the One Piece, I think. I'm hoping that resolves some of those. But even story wise, like there's a couple things that I have qualms with, which the reanimation, which is hard for me to say. Live action Sanji is much more tasteful than anime. Anime Sanji is a villain. And I'm starting to learn that a lot of that is the anime. Like the producers, Toei, takes like the manga and then just fucking shits on Sanji, whatever it is. Whether it's giving Zoro more limelight or making Sanji like more of a sex pest or whatever. Like I don't know what they have against the fictional character, but anyway, go to the next guest. I feel like anime is an acquired taste, lol. I can't get into it now, SMH. I can see that. I think there's a lot of things about anime that like if you haven't like grown up with it, or you haven't like learned to like it, like you said, like it just might not stick. Do you know about the Sakura propaganda? Maybe. All right, guess not connecting. I'm only gonna watch the live action. I like the live action. I think it's cool. We should wake up Michael. I don't know. I think everyone would like animes like Erased. I haven't seen that. What was the anime you were just talking about? One Piece. Like there's certain things about anime where like a lot of it is influenced by Japanese culture, even some of like the jokes or like storylines. And if like if you're not familiar with that, and usually Americans are only familiar with that because they already got into anime, then like a lot of that won't land. Hi, welcome up.
Yeah. You know, like if someone doesn't know anime, I tell them to watch Vinland Saga, you know? It's a good one.
I haven't seen that one.
Anyway, but like okay, I want to hear your opinion on the Second Amendment.
I have no problem with the Second Amendment as it is, really. The only thing I
have no problem with the Second Amendment as it is already.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
What?
So like you would say like are you like pro? Nothing. So are you saying that like are you like pro like extra regulation?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, like to what extent though?
Like, I mean, I think universal background checks, red flag laws, safe storage laws.
We should have universal background check.
Okay. Weird. Very weird. Hi, welcome up.
Salutations.
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on?
Oh, I can begin.
Yeah?
We'll just jump straight into it. Yeah, I'd say we're pretty right about crime.
Okay. Well, what is the Conservative Party's stance on crime?
Right, the biggest threat to my public safety and to all public safety is niggers. Ban niggers, not guns. Ban niggers.
Neely, I can't see his bio when he's in the box. You need to actually type a comment. What the fuck were the last two guests, chat? You know what's crazy, by the way? Our break glass in case of emergency guest, right? Michael, who fell asleep. We already know that he's a groiper. Like, if we wake him up, the best we're getting is a groiper debate. Incel school is out. There's something in the water today. I'm floored how this new generation behaves. His bio said 4th gen American with a Spain flag. Oh, well, I mean, that's not enough for me to predict that. Michael is not a guest anymore. He's a co-host. You know what we need? We need to grab a couple more of those dancing guys. Governor Whitmer, close friend, for arrested for stealing 20 million. Okay, sounds bad. That's MAGA. No, he said Michael said he doesn't support Trump anymore, but like for the reasons that Nick Fuentes doesn't support Trump anymore. So also, have y'all seen the cope on, I don't know if this is like a Facebook, Twitter exclusive thing or what, but the cope from like diehard MAGA claiming that Nick Fuentes was always a Democrat and he's controlled opposition. No, he said Myron Gaines and Nick Fuentes. He said both. No, I can't wait to see that. Yeah, so basically, Nick Fuentes for the past like few months now has been saying that like, if the Republican Party doesn't change, he's gonna vote Democrat in the next elections and tell people to vote Democrat because he wants MAGA to be called. Because, well, for two reasons. One, MAGA isn't radical enough for him, and then two, MAGA supports Israel, and you all know Nick Fuentes' stance on that. Nick's argument is that Trump isn't white enough. Well, I mean, you know what's so crazy? Did I tell you guys that I had a comment removed on TikTok once because I called Trump orange, and they said like you can't talk about someone's skin color? Anyway, why do they defend what Trump does and people like him so damn hard for? I don't know. You really have to shut your brain all the way off when Nick Fuentes is your intellectual superior. Like when Nick Fuentes is like, hey, so this guy's not doing anything that he promised, I'm not going to support him. And then the Trump supporters are like, we don't care. Like, whoa, what? Holy shit. Okay. All right. Are we waking up Michael? Let me see. The problem is, if I do anything like that would wake him up, I fear that some people might be scrolling and we're going to blow their eardrums out, right? Like, I can warn all of you, like, hey, lower your volume. Play loud Luigi noises. Yo, remember the hour-long video of pure silence, except it's randomly interrupted by Luigi? we should just keep that on permanently. Oh, I remember what we were gonna do. The whole point, the title of the live on YouTube is Dan react to AOC interview. I totally forgot about that. Do the hypnosis thing just in case. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. True. Okay. Michael, wait. I'm not. I don't know why I thought I was like one of the ghosts of Christmas past. Okay. You are a strong, confident man who doesn't need to listen to the opinions of so-called alpha men. When someone calls themselves an alpha man, they are actually very insecure. You know what's manly? Fighting for progressive values. You know what's manly? Supporting women's rights. You're a strong, confident man who will never vote for a Republican again. You will stop watching Myron Gaines and start watching Good Trouble. You will stop watching Nick Fuentes and start watching Dean Withers. You will You don't care if undocumented immigrants get driver's licenses because it doesn't affect you. You will vote in your best interests from now on. You will never be a billionaire. You will never vote to give tax cuts to billionaires again. You are a strong, confident man. Okay. Hope he got all that. Maybe he needs to hear a woman's voice. I don't know. The people that he listens to so far have been men. Okay. LRDC, are you in a rush at all? No? Okay. All right, what I'm going to do is play that interview. Democrats are cooked, it's over, LOL. You have you noticed how a lot of times, like, MAGA will show up in chat and their arguments are as if like this is, we're talking about sports, right? It's never like Trump is doing something good or Republicans are doing something good or Democrats are doing something bad. It's we're going to win or we won, get over it. Like, okay. Weird day. Honestly, I feel like every day. I almost feel like every day since the Americans took over TikTok has been weird. That could just be like a coincidental timeline. Because it also happened to be around the time where there's no MAGA that aren't. Anyway. Trump came back into office. No, but even like the first few months after Trump came back into office, you still might get some people that are like, no, tariffs are good because we'll bring back manufacturing or whatever. Like at this point, nobody believes any of that bullshit anymore. The only reason you would still support Trump is because you're a hateful person. Like there's no, the masks set them off. Oh, I thought you were saying the masks have come off. All right. All of MAGA is in their 7v1 panel echo chambers nowadays. They kept saying give them time to make a difference. Yeah. It's like feeling a Sith user hate and rage. The more you try to prove them wrong, the stronger they are. Oh, it's like feeding a Sith user hate and rage. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. How's the volume? I feel like it's loud, but tell me if I'm wrong. Also, they'll be done clapping soon.
AOC's in the house now, so
like
AOC, you don't even need a name anymore. You can
how was my volume compared to David Axelrod?
And they know who we're so this is kind of hilarious. We've only had
is it better?
3 or 4 events here in 13 years. The first one.
Captions. This is a fresh video, so oh, good. Okay, it does have captions. This was from a few hours ago. It was live 6 hours ago. I caught some of it when it was live, and I wanted to watch the whole thing.
We've got you and Bernie Sanders in the place that John D. Rockefeller built. The greatest monopolist in American history.
That's right.
And just because you knew you were coming here, you stirred up some stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
And you had some things to say this week on a podcast about billionaires, and you said you can't earn $1 billion. Talk about what you said, because this spurred a reaction from
Yes.
from Mr. Bezos and his newspaper.
Yes. Mr. Bezos's newspaper was not happy that I discussed abuses of market power and scale. And I think there are quite a lot of billionaires. I mean, there aren't a lot of billionaires in an absolute sense, but the proportion of billionaires that are upset with my comments are quite high. And I think that, you know, to a working person and to working people, earn means something. The calluses on your hands, the aches of your joints, the way that we earn ourselves through school, through, you know, our first job. And I think that we are in an emperor with no clothes moment when it comes to the American economy and our democracy. The Virginia redistricting maps were just overturned this morning by judges that are largely financed by a movement of billionaires. And American inequality is at an absolute peak. And we have to ask ourselves if this is how we want to live as a society. If we want 3,400 people to be prioritized over well over 300 million. And when we question the legitimacy of that power structure, the people at the top are going to be very mad. And the little hobby newspapers that they've bought, which they love to say that we are making the quality of everything better. Jeff Bezos purchased the Washington Post. He laid off some of the highest qualified journalists that made it an American institution so that he could turn it into a mouthpiece that launders his personal agenda and opinions. And he is using it because, right, for a lot of folks, it's not enough to be powerful. They have to be loved. And he then uses this mouthpiece to take aim at politicians that want to question the deeply unequal and unjust distribution of power in America. And they want to continue to undercut, threaten, punish.
Okay, someone said that the video is very quiet on YouTube and Twitch. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know why it would be different on YouTube and Twitch than it is on TikTok.
Those who say democracy belongs at the ballot box, and it's also measured in power, economic power, political power, and that power should belong with the people of this country, not the very few.
So your assault is on the system that facilitates that, but presumably you think the editorial, it is a kind of edgy piece. But the likely 2028 presidential candidate, we'll talk about that later, is arguing that there is no idea anyone can have or company anyone can start or value anyone can generate for others that could possibly be worth $1 million. If true, that raises questions that a fawning glazer, that's the podcaster, did not ask. In what way does Ocasio-Cortez believe that Taylor Swift, Michael Jordan, Jerry Seinfeld, Oprah Winfrey, or Beyonce billionaires all broke the rules to accumulate their wealth? What did they take advantage of? Does she think the FBI should investigate Governor J.B. Pritzker or Tom Steyer, who's running for governor of California? What about Democratic megadaughter Alex Soros, a big fan of Ocasio-Cortez's? Are there good billionaires and bad billionaires?
I think this is the red herring, right? They want us to get into this quibbling of the morality of any individual person instead of the immorality of the fact that there are virtually no place in America where you can afford an apartment on a full-time job on minimum wage. And that is somehow completely disconnected and alien from the fact that we have a system that is designed to create this level of income inequality. Now, in the last 5 years, billionaire wealth has doubled. Ask yourself if the quality of your life has doubled in the last 5 years. And we are experiencing the concentration of our systems, our housing system. I mean, this wealth is being built from market consolidation and consolidation of our housing system, our energy systems, right? The president has taken huge amounts of contributions from special interests in order to essentially stop wind energy and renewable and clean energy in this country to prop up profits. And we look at, and so on and so forth. And people want to make this about individuals instead of about the system that allows this mass concentration of wealth to occur, and also the decisions that are made to allow that to continue to exist and to protect that concentration of power and wealth.
And so yours is a systemic critique. I mean, he took it personally.
Of course he did.
But yours is a systemic critique, and the question really is, what do we do about it?
Yeah. And I think, first and foremost, there's a reason he took it personally, because the concentration of wealth in this country has gotten so dire and so extreme that you can literally name the people who have half of the wealth in this country. It's gotten so extreme that you can name Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, the Waltons. And so, of course, when we criticize the system's gotten so concentrated that they take it as criticisms of themselves. And frankly, of course, they take it personally, because when you are completely unwilling to look at and be as invested in our country as an everyday American is, which is really what we're talking about with mass concentration of wealth. What kind of society do we want to live in? What is good for the country? And then what is good for myself?
And what would you do about it?
And so when it comes to what we have to do, I think there's a lot of things that we have to do. First and foremost, we have to, in the political realm, we need to get money out of politics. Mm-hmm. We need to abolish super PACs. We need to I think, have real checks on the court, which has been consumed by radical conservative judicial activists that are attacking Black Americans and the right and voting rights and voting representation in this country, who are now agents of a billionaire class.
Now you say do something about it. What do you mean, do something about the court?
Well, when it comes to the courts, there's court reform. There's a menu of things that we can look at. There's ethics reform. There is financial entanglements that we're seeing on the court. There are, of course, open discussions about expanding the court to match the number of circuit courts that we have.
Expanding it to 13 would be good for two reasons. One, it kind of makes sense that it would be the same number as the circuit courts. But two, if we do it while we have a Democratic president, we can balance out the fact that they stole a seat from Barack Obama, and balance out the fact that at least two members of the Supreme Court literally don't care about the law. They just do whatever their feeling tell them to. And I'm talking about Alito and Thomas. Also, in the past, candidates have had like a hard time talking about whether like they want to expand the court or not, because like you don't want to alienate moderates or whatever. I think from now on, we just need to treat it like Project 2025. Just no, I wouldn't do that, and then get in office and do it. That's what I would do with all progressive policy right now. Just yeah, I mean, we could maybe do something like that, and then just do it.
Going from 9 to 13 specifically. There are a lot of those options. But then, in terms of our economy,
I don't know anything about expanding the court.
To revisit the tax systems that we have already had in the history of our country, because when it comes to tax, this is not just about money, but it's about the construction and organization of oligarchy in our economy. And we also need to go after monopoly power, antitrust. These are very clear mechanisms of economic agency, and we have to, I mean, on the other end of things, fight for working people. We need to guarantee health care in America. We need to raise a living wage in America.
Yes.
We need to codify voting rights and legal representation, and we need to be investing in our educational systems, basic economic rights that should be available that define what it means to have human dignity.
And do you think people like Bezos, Jeff Bezos, and others are actively, I mean, obviously, you talk about, we were talking before, we'll talk a little bit later about AI and the social media platforms. And so these are tremendously wealthy and powerful interests who spend a lot of money lobbying your colleagues and investing in campaigns. We just saw it here in the primaries. But it really sounds like what you're talking about is providing the revenues to solve some of these problems, as much as anything else.
Yeah, and we need to restructure power to where it belongs, right? Which is, I mean, that's really what the heart of democracy is. It's funny because there's a couple of things here when we talk about this conversation about billionaires. One is that we want to talk, they like to talk about American ethos as though it's an attack on American values, an attack on our idea of success. And first of all, I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think that every single American aspires to be a billionaire. I think that our idea of success,
they might not object, but they may
not object, but I don't think it's the universal American ideal. I think our ideal of success is to be able to work an honest job and sustain yourself and support your kids and go on vacation, once or twice a year, and have some money in your pocket and be part of a community and have your community and your town be safe and thrive, and to be part of something bigger than ourselves. And the second point on this, David, is that I want to talk about how this is in the heritage of our country. Because America was founded. You look at Thomas Jefferson writing to Madison in revolt of British aristocracy. The American Revolution was against the billionaires of their time. And we are declaring independence from such an extreme marriage of wealth and power and the state that the voices of everyday people did not exist. Now, of course, in that construction, you had slavery, you had, women who were also not full people in the eyes of the law. But since then, as well, it was the organizing of Black Americans that turned America into a full democracy in the 1960s and well before that, with the Voting Rights Act. And so it's actually the most American thing in the world for us to be fighting for the working class. And it's actually patently un-American to try to aspire to transform our country into a place of kings and landed gentry, which is what we should never aspire to regress to.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what Jefferson was thinking about that when he was sitting at Monticello writing those words, but
that's right.
Just the last thing on this, when people talk about sort of the American ethos, there is this sense not just of being a worker, but also being a small business person and building that business up and so on. You honor that value, do you not? I mean, the idea that I want to build something and hire people.
Yeah, of course. And I think, I think that my life and my politics has been profoundly shaped by my personal story, which I think is a story that is shared by many working Americans, which is my family believed in the American dream. My mom cleaned houses and was a small businesswoman in a way, right? She cleaned houses. She was not employed by anybody. My dad, he was born while the Bronx was burning, and every building around him was collapsing by the arson that was so widespread by landlords trying to get claims on their insurance. And when he was 6 years old, he decided that he wanted to be one of the people that built those buildings back up. And he went to New York City public schools, and he became an architect, and he had a small business, and they did everything they could to lift themselves out of poverty, some of the most extreme levels of poverty that we saw in America at that time. And they did everything by the book, and I saw them work really hard.
Good luck in the adult spelling bee, Erica. Unless you're returning from it, in which case, how'd the adult spelling bee go?
Hard to try to lift ourselves up. And then, when I was 16 years old, my dad got diagnosed with cancer. And so we saw what happens when you live by that, and also how our system can rip the rug out from anyone at a moment's notice. And there's no hedging on our aspiration and our ability to work hard and our ability to build something and make something of our lives and be of service and create value in our communities. That is entirely different than taking over an entire energy system.
Yeah, this is a different question, but there are people all over this country who are building businesses that are important to communities and that hire a lot of people and so on. That's different than what you're talking about. I'm just trying to...
Yeah, think about, if you run a restaurant, your produce costs are through the roof. I mean, think like, if you are running a small business right now, a genuinely small business right now, and you're in your community and you're trying to hire some folks, you're trying to pay, these folks I represent them. They have small restaurants, they're trying to pay people, they're trying to do the right thing, they're trying to give them good health care, and you can't afford any of it. because our actual central systems in our economy, energy, healthcare, education, all of it, food, is skyrocketing because when we talk about a billionaire class, that we're talking about a scale that is not a small business.
Yes, but there's a big distance between small businesses and
of course
the billionaire class. We could go on around this for a while, but I wanted to talk about you and your journey a little bit, and then get to some of the other things that we're dealing with today. And I just wanted to start with a true or false question. Is it true that you won second place in microbiology at the 2007 Intel International Science and Engineering Fair?
Yeah, that's true.
W.
The topic was the effect of antioxidants on the lifespan of roundworms.
Yes, yes.
So with all the Riz and everything, you're kind of a nerd.
Yeah.
You say with all the Riz?
So I attended Boston University. I was originally studying biochemistry and pre-med.
Let me interrupt you for one second. The reason I say that is you should feel at home at the University of Chicago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, and it's I think it's.
Why did you change? You changed your path.
Well, my dad got sick, and he died the first week of my sophomore year. And my mom overnight became a single mom, and she drove school buses and cleaned houses to help put my brother and I through college. And I looked down the barrel of what it would mean to fulfill my aspirations, which meant 4 years of medical school, even more in residency, and I couldn't afford it. I knew that I couldn't afford, and my family couldn't afford that amount of time out of the workforce. I wouldn't be able to house myself, and I knew that, you know, the student loans that I would have to take on, I had to support my family at a very young age, and so.
So it was an economic decision as much as any other.
Oh, absolutely.
So let's jump ahead to the time that we all met you, the first time we met you, and it was, many of you may remember
Is that 2018?
But it was 8 years ago, so I keep remembering. Maybe some of you don't remember it. It's funny how time passes, but you ran for Congress in the Bronx and Queens against a sort of a solid figure, a leader of Congress, 20 years veteran of Congress, and it was considered an impossible task. And you put together a grassroots campaign, and the night you won, there were these photos and some video of you standing in I think a billiard hall or something, with some of your supporters, and you're looking at the TV declaring that you had won, and you won by a landslide, really, 57% or something. And your eyes were like that, and your hand was over your mouth, I think.
Yeah.
And you were trying to absorb what had just happened. And then you were like shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
You went from an anonymous person who was an activist and an educator and a part-time waitress and so on, 27 years old, running for Congress, and now you're famous. Tell me about that experience and what that was like, because to me it sounds hard.
Yeah, it was really shocking.
You didn't know what you were getting into, really.
No, not at all. I used to joke that, 2 days beforehand, the only time anyone noticed me is if I didn't swipe my MetroCard fast enough, and they were getting upset. And then it went, in a span of 24 hours. I'll never forget what had happened, which was I had been working really hard, and then I won that night I had won my primary. And in the morning, I had done some news interviews, and I was walking back to my apartment the next day. I was walking back to my apartment, and there was a grocery store on the same block as my apartment, and I turned the corner. And when I turned the corner, this older woman who was leaving the grocery store, we had kind of almost bumped into one another. Never seen this woman before. She was just getting her groceries like anybody else. And we had bumped into one another. And in one day, she looks up at me and she recognized me, which had not really happened before. And she immediately started to cry. And it just on a personal human level, it is a very jarring experience to embody overnight, going from being a person to becoming a commodified symbol. It's actually, even in a very positive sense, it's almost like a very dehumanizing experience because you almost become an object, a thing, right? You know, it's hard to hold both of those things at once because it's, of course, you know, it's not to understate the tremendous honor and privilege it is to hold that responsibility. And it's also just when the first person point of view of having that happen so quickly and at such a young age. And I had never, you know, come on guys, no one knows who their member of Congress is. Like realistically,
Many don't know who their member of Congress is.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
It's not like everyone in Congress is super famous. It would be so delusional to think that that's what was going to happen. And it did, so I wasn't prepared for that at all.
Yeah, she has a very unique story in that regard where like a lot of people are elected to the House and that's it. Whereas, I mean, like he said at the start of the interview, like the AOC, like that acronym is known all over the world, and it's not something she asked for. So it's something to like come to grips with in the moment, especially at her age. Like I can imagine how hard it would be.
Yeah, and you kind of lost your anonymity. You lost your freedom of movement to some degree. You lost all of that. Then you went to Washington, and what was that experience like? And the reason I'm asking you is I'm sort of wondering about you looking back at the 28-year-old you who went, youngest woman ever to serve in Congress, and the person you are now, and what you've learned from that experience, and how you've evolved and grown in that experience.
Well, when I first got there, it was tremendously jarring. First of all, I was experiencing a very different, you know, I was going from waitressing to being in a completely different ocean.
In a way, that's sort of, you know, when Barack Obama was thinking about running for president and everybody said, well, you should wait, he said, you know, I'm just a few years from paying off my student loans.
Yeah.
I'm just a few years from struggling to pay my mortgage. He said, I know that's going to be a distant memory at some point. Yeah. And I think I'd be a better president because I'm closer to the experience that most people share.
Yeah, and that's the argument that I made, and it's also what I continue to believe. I think coming from the experience that I had gives me a proximity and an urgency and an insight that's hard when you're removed in most ways. But it was also very hard because I unseated a really popular guy, and I was not welcome.
Popular in Congress.
Popular in Washington.
Yeah.
Not, yeah.
Yes.
But, and so I got rid of their very good friend. There was, there's orientation, right? You win your election, and then they fly in between election day and you getting sworn in, they fly you to Washington, and you go through a little bit of orientation, and you have to set up your office and all this other stuff. And there was a caucus meeting, and my predecessor was the chairman of the Democratic caucus, so he has to host the meeting. He's in a lame duck period, so he's still in office. I'm there in the caucus meeting, awkward, and he's presiding over it. Oh man, I'll never forget this. Actually, I don't even know if I've told this story before. And I'm sitting there. I'm new, I don't know anything that's going on. All these people know each other, backslap and all this stuff. He's up there, and he's speaking, and everybody likes him, and a congressman in the Democratic Party, he leans over to me, and he goes, "Man, it's such a shame that girl beat him." And I looked back at him.
So what do you say to that?
And I said, "You mean me?" Like, the blood drains from his face. But you can, it was very chilly, because it wasn't just that I let go of his friend, it's that I did so on the basis of challenging the power structure that existed, and that exists. And so it is very hard. It was very hard.
So you're someone who continues to challenge some of the institutions, including the Congress in some ways. How have you manipulated that? What have you learned about how to be an effective force, but not betray that sort of institutional challenge?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things at play. One is that when I got there, I won my primary at 28. I got sworn in at 29. And so I was the youngest person there by a lot. The average age at that Congress was like maybe 60 or so. And so I made a decision that I wanted to govern not just for that moment, but for 10 years from then, which we're coming up on. And so every decision that I made, I knew at the time may have been a little jarring or out of step for 2018 for like the consensus, or it may have felt like pushing over the apple cart, but it's because I knew where I wanted our politics and our country to be 10 years on. I wanted, and my goal then was to make a conversation and to start making moves so that guaranteed health care and a litany of other things would become mainstream center positions within 10 years. That was my goal, that everything that was derided as radical, crazy, whatever, would then become popularly supported by the majority of Americans in 10 years. And so for me, it was also, in managing that tension, was about two things. One was about building power. I knew that I was one of 4 or 5. I wanted to be one of many more. And so I knew that if I wanted to make friends, and there's 2 ways you make friends. One is by electing your friends.
What about the ones who were there?
And the ones that were there, I knew that I was going to accept being very misunderstood and caricaturized in the short term, with the goal of being more understood over time.
One element of you were from the very beginning, like I went back and looked at the video that your campaign put out when you were running the first time. It was a very impactful, and it went viral. You narrated it. It was your story. It was the story of people in that district. Everybody talks about Mamdani, and I know he's a friend of yours. This was the forerunner of everything we saw in that race in some ways. He didn't have as good a bio as you. But what is it that makes you, and you continue to this day, what do you have, 9 zillion followers, and what is it that you know about how to communicate through social media that a lot of other politicians try and fail to do?
Well, first I think that it's going to take a real diversity of people and backgrounds for us to enact change, and I think that when it comes to an underdog, while, for example, the mayor and I come from very different backgrounds, it can't be understated the Herculean and cultural and just general social and power change it requires to elect the first Muslim mayor in New York City.
Oh, no, I'm not in any way maligning him. Forget about that. But all I'm asking is, what makes you so good at it?
Yeah, well, I think being a person, here's the thing is that sometimes the source of your weakness, what's important to understand is that the source of your weakness is also the source of your strength. The things that we're taught to be most ashamed about, which in my case was coming from a background that was lower income and struggling, the same things that everyone uses, that the elite use, and that Bezos is saying in this paper, right? The same things that they want to wield to undermine us. She's shrill, she's uneducated, she is lower class. They can't print that in the paper, but that's what they're saying. These are all codes for she's low class, right? She doesn't say the right things, she doesn't talk right, is actually the source of your strength. Is that I decided that I wasn't going to be ashamed of who I was, because it's who most people are. And most of us in our culture, consciously or unconsciously, are kind of taught to hide or try to compensate about whatever it is that we're taught to be ashamed about. And so I think when it comes to communicating, it's about, I speak plainly, and I know that some people are going to attack being plain spoken as a proxy for being uneducated or low class. But I also know that being plain spoken is how most people, it's how we relate, it's how we talk to each other. And I also talk in real life, what this means for you and what you can do, what we can do, as opposed to trying to translate or explain life to someone. I'm not trying to explain anything to anyone. I'm observing, I'm naming what I see, which is what everyone else sees with their own two eyes. And it's really hard to do that in politics, because every power incentive is to not name the elephant in the room.
Yeah, and maybe not to speak in a language that is real.
Yeah, and you're kind of in this Schrodinger situation, right? Where if you try to speak thoughtfully and at length about something, you're being too academic. And if you're trying to speak plainly in a way that most people get, it's that you haven't been thoughtful enough about this issue. And the reality is that all of these criticisms are designed to deflect from the point, which is that we're making less and spending more, and we're not able to afford life the way that we did, and that is a question of power, economic, political, and social power.
Let's talk about the other side of social media, because I have a big concern about the way in which social media algorithms stick us into silos. They've discovered that the way to keep us online is through anger and fear and resentment, conspiracy theories.
True.
They find out your hot button and they shove you there. I think it's contributed to the environment that we live in. You know, I've said publicly, I mean, in some ways the president has those skills. He's like the personification of an algorithm. He knows how to divide. But our politics has followed that. What do we do about that? What do we do about the way we are essentially being manipulated? Not, and with AI coming down the pike, it becomes even more profound, and it's coming fast, and I know because Claude told me that today.
Well, it's you know, what a lot of these algorithms and technologies are unfortunately fine-tuning themselves to be are ways of hijacking human cognition. And they want, in a way, to control our feelings and our minds, and they know how to do that. They have a slot machine model in their algorithms, and they know that anger drives.
But what can you do? What are you, as a member of Congress, are you as a leader? I mean, there's a tremendous power in that industry.
So I'll start, before I get to the policy piece, I want to start with what we can all do, which is the antidote to this is physical community. We got to get offline, and we need to be looking people in the eyes. This level of conflict and polarization is only possible in physical isolation and separateness, period. There's a reason you don't see the level of vitriol and anger online when you show up in person and are talking to people, including people you disagree with. And it's because we are not, as human beings, we are not wired for that level of constant antagonism toward one another. We are actually wired for collaboration and community and care. And what is important to recognize about this is that a lot of these technologies and algorithms are being designed out of sync with human nature and human cognition. And that is powerful for you because they are trying to fight nature, and you being in community is nature. And so, so from a personal, everyday person perspective, some of the best things you can do is talk to people in person, including when you see people going, fighting whatever online. If it's someone that you see, you talk to them with your voice. And that is really what changes people. People's experiences with other human beings is actually what changes our outcomes, our thoughts, our political outcomes. But then on the other side of it, to the policy piece that you're noting, a lot of this, I think, has to do with regulating and talking about concentration of power. Tech, a lot of companies that market themselves as tech companies are less tech companies than they just are existing industries that are going online, right? And what we really need to do is, when we start tackling monopoly power, when we start actually, we just have to go after the concentration of power and wealth in some of these industries. And for example, AI, when we look at what's happening with AI, we have the embodiment of political corruption happening in this administration. And it's not a coincidence that a lot of these Silicon Valley leaders backed Trump, and they backed Trump because they were writing a check that they are now cashing. And this administration is setting up huge slush funds for the AI industry. They're getting preferential treatment on government contracts. huge amounts of dollars going into these companies are revenues that are in business with this administration. And then on top of it, they're doing it in exchange for little to no common sense guardrails for people. They're building a surveillance state.
And they even made it so that states aren't allowed to have their own AI regulations.
They're building a surveillance state, scanning our faces. ICE is doing this out in the open. And we have to, in a lot of ways, the answers are not new or novel. They are a revisiting of our Constitution and our basic rights and the enforcement of the mechanisms that have gone long unenforced for so long. Antitrust, the right to privacy, protecting individual power, our individual power, and consumer rights. It really doesn't require reinventing the wheel, but it's about enforcing the rules that have been unenforced for so long, that have allowed a lot of these abuses of power to exist in the first place.
I got to get through a few things here because we have some questions from students that I want to get to. The question of the filibuster. A few years ago, when there was a Democratic administration and there were Republicans in the Senate who were obstructing legislation relative to voting rights legislation, relative to women's rights legislation, relative to some of the economic program that the president wanted to put. You were very critical of Democrats who stood in the way of the filibuster being eliminated. Now we have a situation where the president is pressuring Republicans to do away with the filibuster because he wants to pass the SAVE Act, which is not just voter ID, but requiring people to have a birth certificate, a passport in order to register to vote in response to a problem that no evidence suggests is really a problem. But now what do you feel? Are you for doing away with the filibuster now?
Yeah, here's the thing about the filibuster. Filibuster, first of all, one of the things that I do not appreciate is the wholesale fictionalization of American history, and this idea that the filibuster was this grand compromise that was intentionally put into our system. The filibuster in the Senate was created by a clerical error from trying to copy the House rules into the Senate rules, and it was done incorrectly. And Jim Crow segregationists realized that they could use this clerical error as a loophole to try to delay the enfranchisement of Black Americans for decades. That's the origin of the filibuster.
What did I do?
Is part of the legal institutions, or rather the institutionalized racism that was baked into our institutions. And so this idea
No, I pressed back.
Minded, intentional mechanism.
Oh, okay. All right. We're at level select at least. What I meant to do was I meant to pause the video and say, is that true? How did the filibuster start? Accidental consequence of an 1860 rule change championed by Vice President Aaron Burr. Argued that the rule was redundant. The Senate stopped using the motion. Under the original Senate rules, cutting off debate required a motion that passed with a simple majority. But in 1806, after Vice President Aaron Burr argued that the rule was redundant, the Senate stopped using the motion. The change inadvertently gave senators the right to unlimited debate, meaning that they could infinitely delay a bill without supermajority support from ever getting to a vote. The tactic is what we now know as a filibuster. In 1917, the Senate passed Rule 22, or the cloture rule, which made it possible to break a filibuster with a two-thirds majority. In 1975, the Senate reduced the requirement to 60 votes, which has effectively become the minimum needed to pass a law through regular procedures. Why is that? Wait, what happened? The video was still going? What? I didn't know this. And then here, this is talking about the nuclear option. In 2013, Democrats changed the Senate rules to enable the confirmation of executive branch positions, including the cabinet and of non-Supreme Court judicial nominees with a simple majority. 4 years later, Senate Republicans expanded the change to include Supreme Court appointments. Both changes invoked what is known as the nuclear option, or an override of a rule to overcome obstruction by the majority. At times, the Senate has also exempted certain types of legislation from the cloture rule. For example, Congress's annual budget reconciliation process requires only a simple majority and cannot be filibustered. Likewise, trade agreements that are negotiated using fast-track rules cannot be filibustered. Other exemptions apply to measures that involve, for example, military base closures or arms sales. In total, more than 160 exceptions to the filibuster supermajority requirement have been created since 1969. Very, very interesting.
Fairy tale. And it's a fairy tale that's meant to launder the history of racism in America as something that's not.
So even if it means that some legislation that you don't...
And so if you want to take the SAVE Act, for example, I think that there are in many ways in which the filibuster presently takes responsibility away from senators. Because when you have to meet a 60-vote threshold, nothing is real anymore. You're not really responsible for any consequential decisions outside of reconciliation. Let Lisa Murkowski take that vote on the SAVE Act. Let Susan Collins take that vote on the SAVE Act. I dare you.
She's so right. The fact that it's 60 votes means nothing fucking matters, because Democrats will never get 60 votes on anything. Republicans will never get 60 votes on anything. So, except Joe Biden was able to get a couple bipartisan things. But yeah, it makes it so like senators don't actually have to take a stand on anything of consequence. Just budget shit. Very good point.
I dare you. Call the question. Let these people, let these senators actually assume personal responsibility for once for their own political decisions, instead of hiding behind this amorphous lack of responsibility for anything. And that's what the filibuster represents. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, any swing state senator doesn't have to sweat many important decisions because they get to hide behind this thing that is an invention that is designed to help them abdicate their responsibility. And I actually think that perhaps there would be a lot more Senate seats. There's an open question, right, as to whether even more Senate seats were at play if the stakes of people's votes were more real in a filibuster. And when everything is done through reconciliation, it also takes transparency away from the American people, because all these things can only get passed if you have 1,000 bills that are jammed into one massive thing that passes once every year, once every two years. And
maybe $1 billion for a ballroom.
Right, $1 billion for a ballroom, yes. All of it. And so I still think get rid of the filibuster and let them be responsible for their own decisions.
Virginia Supreme Court threw out the map in Virginia today that was passed by voters. And so that was a big blow. Democratic Party thought they'd net 4 seats.
I agree, Roxfox.
I think, I don't know, somewhere here, David Wasserman from the Cook Report is here. I think they today switched between Florida, which is redistricting, Tennessee, which is redistricting after the Voting Rights Act was struck down, Section 2. And then what happened in Virginia today, they moved 12 races from toward the Republicans. 4 or 5 of them were strongly Democrat and swung to the Republicans. First of all, how concerned are you about that relative to November? But where do you think this whole redistricting war is going to go?
Well, I mean, I'm tremendously concerned about it with respect to our country. The courts have been hijacked. The courts have been hijacked by conservative activists, and this is not, they have completely abdicated themselves from even the pretense of objectivity or their original goal or intent. And
in fairness, there were legal issues associated with this, and everybody knew it from the beginning that it was a kind of a close call because of what the law required, the steps that were necessary to get this done.
Well, let's talk about some of this for a little bit. First of all, let's zoom out. Redistricting in Tennessee, North Carolina, Texas, Florida, Missouri, none of that challenged or overturned by the courts, despite very clear and brazen constitutional violations, such as in the state of Florida, right? But that, you know, they've bought their courts, and so it's not going through. But what the difference is here in the state of Virginia is that all those other states I just listed, those maps were passed by their state legislatures. Virginia was an election of 3 million Americans. This court did not overturn a map. It overturned an election. An election.
True.
And when we talk about the balance of power and a system of checks and balances, it's one thing.
Oh my God, Whitney. I'm sorry, I hadn't heard about that. Oh, it's on your dog. I hope they feel better. Or I hope they can be helped at the ER. Oh shit, this is timed.
For a court to check a legislature or an executive, but the end all and be all of power in America.
You know what kind of spider it was?
Should be the people. Elections. It should, and the result was clear. And so I think
it actually was pretty close.
It was close, but it was clear. This was not a recall. This was not rather a recount situation. It was clear, close but clear. And we are in an era of a
wolf spider.
Very real constitutional crises about the limits of power. Because what do you do? What do you do in a situation like 3 million? I mean, I think that, you know, and my understanding too, Hakeem Jeffries issued a statement today saying that
the echo is from the video, not from.
And they are currently exploring their options here, which I look forward to seeing what the outcomes for that are. But I don't think that we should take this sitting down.
Let me ask you just last thing on this, and I'm looking at the clock, and they're going to admonish me quick soon. So, if we run a little over, is that okay with you guys? Yeah. So for those backstage who are pissed at me, talk to them. Virginia's 55-45 state. Most states in this country there are a lot of states are relatively close. If that map goes into effect, if you were successful in somehow overturning, I think it's going to be hard to do. It would be 10 Democrats and 1 Republican. It's 6-5 right now. And you see this replicated elsewhere since the president started this redistricting war. Is that healthy for the country?
Well, you know, you talk about the margins of Virginia as a state, but as a country, we are a 50-50 country. And so we need to look at these redistricting fights less as Virginians, Texans, New Yorkers, and more as Americans. And I, as well as many others, believe in nonpartisan gerrymandering. I don't think that elected officials choosing their voters is healthy as opposed to voters choosing their elected officials, and that's what gerrymandering does. In the present environment, however, when you are seeing states like Tennessee want to wipe out every black representative on the map in these states, we have an obligation as Americans to stand with black Americans and communities whose representation is being disenfranchised. And so if Virginia were an island or a country unto itself, no, it wouldn't be good. If New York was a country unto itself, no, it wouldn't be good. But I, as a New Yorker, have an obligation to stand with the folks in Tennessee whose political representation is being wiped out. I, as a New Yorker, have an obligation to stand with Texans.
There's talk about further.
A good answer.
I guess gerrymandering in New York. Would you encourage that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And by the way, one of the reasons that we got these compromises in the first place was because, you know, in the past, there was this tit for tat, and eventually everyone got sick of it, and we started instituting some basic level protections. That was part of the mix in the historical context for some of these were political compromises of the past. And unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna have to relearn some of those lessons again. But we don't do it with an anemic Democratic Party that doesn't respond to clear violations of people's power and rights.
Well,
we don't do that by sitting it down.
The gauntlet was thrown down. When Bernie Sanders was here, we had this interesting exchange, actually on the way here, because we rented a van, and I did my first ever Axe Files podcast with Bernie Sanders on the way here. He almost wouldn't get in it because it was a Mercedes. So he said, I'm not getting in that thing. We had to negotiate. We had to drop him off 2 blocks from here because he didn't want to be seen in the thing. But I asked him about he had in the House, he had a relatively moderate record on gun control. He had to get a C rating or something, a C plus, or which when I was a student here I would have liked, but from the NRA. And I asked him, if you were representing your old community in Brooklyn and not Vermont, would you have cast those same votes? And to his everlasting
That's
credit,
horrible, Hark.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But not surprising,
And
unfortunately.
So what it speaks to is we're a big, diverse country, and we don't all think the same way about all things, but there are things that we share in common, things that you've been speaking to. But we've created a system. Barney Frank just wrote a book about this, who's sadly dying, the great sort of lion of the left from another generation about this. We create litmus tests and we sort of vote people off the island if they don't agree with us on some things, even if they agree with us on the big things. How do you feel about that? How do you cope with that? How do you build a big coalition and yet still hold people to litmus tests on a variety? And I feel strongly about gun control. We're on the south side of Chicago. But speak to me about this.
I think one of the interesting dynamics in politics, whether you're an elected official, whether you're a voter, whether you're an individual person, is that you're dealing with multiple things, multiple tensions at once, right? There's your convictions, and there's the community that you're in, then there's the city or the town, the state, and the country. And in the most literal sense, My job is to the people of New York's 14th Congressional District. Point blank period. At the end of the day, in our political construct, those are the folks that hire or fire their elected official. And my first and foremost primary job is to advocate for them. And in a larger sense, we have to come together as a country. And so, you know,
do you have these conversations with people within the progressive movement?
I mean, yeah, I do, but I think when it comes to other elected officials, it's like, here's the thing about litmus tests. I'm up for a litmus test every 2 years. And the people who put those litmus tests on me are my voters and my constituents. And also, we have to, I'm then become, you know, one of 200 odd Democrats, and we have to figure out how we both want to hold a majority and, you know, we want to make sure that we hold a majority so that we're in a position to govern, and we also want to make sure that we're governing in a way that changes materially people's lives. And there's an inherent tension in that, because what use is a gavel? What use is a seat if it doesn't result in anyone's life changing for the better? And so, like,
true.
So I think this conversation about like ideas of like litmus tests or purity tests or what have you, instead of it being this kind of boiled down yes, no, good, bad, what we have to talk about, like, why they appear in the first place. And it's because people have been disappointed and heartbroken many times about their lives not changing for the better. And so they want a commitment that's going to say, are you actually going to fight for me once you get to that place? And that's, I think, the underpinning need that I think is being raised in this conversation. And the way that we answer it is by actually using our power. And that is hard to do in a legislative environment. But again, I think it's that is the underpinning material and political need that people are asking to be addressed. Now, sure, you know, folks may feel some type of way about the way that shows up at any given cycle or election, whether it's like pledges on a specific policy or what have you. But I think what people want to feel more than anything else is that they don't want someone to run on a campaign of big promises and then govern in excuses of it's complicated. And, you know,
True.
Life is complicated, governance is complicated, but we have to make hard decisions sometimes, you know? With the ACA, there are a lot of people who cast votes knowing that they would lose re-election.
Yes, yeah.
They cast votes
yes.
knowing that they would lose re-election in order to make that happen. It wasn't complicated for them. And so I think that is the kind of courage and bravery that people are asking for, what they need and what they deserve in this moment. How that shows up, how you're going to demonstrate that, you know, it may be different in every community. Yeah, it is true that in rural Vermont, the way guns show up in that landscape is very different than in Brownsville, Brooklyn. You should vote differently in that community around it. But also, once you have that, how we're able to get results for people so that these kids in Brownsville don't keep dying.
Yeah. Yeah. Even on that issue, there's got to be a way to protect people's concerns in rural Vermont and protect the children on the south side of Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
But last thing before we go to the students, because I would be drawn and quartered if I did not say this. There are a lot of people who would like you to run for president in 2028. Apparently, some of them are here. And there are people who, there are others who would like you to run for the United States Senate.
I like that
Schumer's
idea.
Up in 2028. I don't know. It sounded like even more. Should we do it?
Move to New York or to other parts of the country?
How many would like AOC to stay in Congress?
Oh, congrats, Neely.
See.
Wait, is that where you've been? You went to the spelling bee Erica was at?
Yeah.
What say you about all of this?
You know, it's funny because in this op-ed that Jeff Bezos paid for in the Washington Post.
Aww. And she told me earlier she was going to be in an adult spelling bee, and I asked her, is it an adult spelling bee as in like all of the contestants are adults, or is it an adult spelling bee where like the words are like gonorrhea and vas deferens or whatever? And it was the former, apparently. I lost on bougainvillea. I didn't even know that was a word. Who was hosting it?
There was this line that you had mentioned earlier about, well, as a potential 2028 contender, XYZ. And in the context of that, it's very clear this was a veiled threat, right? So
I didn't know she was hosting it.
Saying, if you want this job,
time's up.
You just stepped out of line. And we want you to know where the real power is. And it's in the modern day barons who own the Post and own the algorithms, and we'll make an example out of you. And what's funny about that is that they assume that my ambition is positional. They assume that my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that. My ambition is to change this country. And
let's go.
Presidents come and go. Senate, House seats, elected officials come and go. But single-payer health care is forever. A living wage is forever. Workers' rights are forever. Women's rights, all of that. And so, anyways, a finer point to your question is that when you aren't attached, right? When you haven't been like fantasizing about being this or that since the time you were 7 years old, it is tremendously liberating. Because I get to wake up every day and say, how am I going to meet the moment? And conditions change radically all the time. So I make my response less to an attachment to some positional, title or position, and working backwards from there. But I make decisions by waking up in the morning, looking out the window, and observing the conditions of this country. And saying, what move or what decision can I make today that is going to get us closer to that future, stronger, faster, better than yesterday? And those conditions, I think a lot of times, I remember the first time I walked onto the Senate floor. I was a freshman. I was a freshman in the House, and a fun fact is that House members are allowed to go onto the Senate, but Senate members are not allowed to go into the House unless they're allowed in and invited. And so I had walked onto the Senate floor, and I looked around, and I was like, wow, everyone here thinks they're going to be president. And they are making decisions from that place. And I don't want to make decisions from a place of what's in it for me. I want to make decisions from a place of how are we going to change the country. And so That's in response to people en masse. It's in response to the numbers that we have in the House and in the Senate. I count votes, I build caucuses, I help elect responsible and principled people and I try to decouple our political system from money and politics. And so my decisions come from a very substantive place. And you know, that's what goes into weighing it. And the great thing about that is that no billionaire can stop that. No concentrated level of power, no elite, no gatekeeper can prevent me from doing everything I can, waking up every day in service of the working class. And I can do that in the House, I can do it in the Senate, I can do it from the White House, I can do it from a shack in upstate New York, chopping wood and being a burnout. Like, I can do it
wow,
from
that's one I
anywhere.
didn't even, that was one I didn't even think of. Well, if it makes you feel any better and if you find this more liberating, I don't think you were going to get Jeff Bezos' endorsement anyway. So.
Shucks.
So we have 4 questions from students who I think are in the front row here. They were chosen at random, and I will say there may be questions about corruption elsewhere, but the staff and students at the IOP are impeccably honest. So this was a straight up random drawing. I don't know what order I have. Go ahead. Introduce yourself, and let's hear your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Representative. My name is Regina Bellamesta, and I'm a graduate student at the Harris School of Public Policy. As a Latina and a former waitress and bartender, it's such an inspiration and an honor to hear you speak. My question is about immigration. A record $45 billion has gone into immigration enforcement. How will the average American family benefit from this investment? And how do Democrats shape immigration reform moving forward?
I think we're hard-pressed to see how the average American is going to benefit from rounding up innocent people, building a mass surveillance state, giving impunity to folks that are shooting Americans dead in the street. We need to abolish ICE. And I can't tell you how the average American is going to benefit from it, but I can tell you how we are going to pay the price. We're going to pay the price because $1 trillion was gutted out of our healthcare system to pay for an extrajudicial force that is building a mass surveillance database of everyday Americans, scanning your face, observing your online activity, looking at your purchases, without so much as a judicial warrant when they decide to bust into people's houses. But on a deeper level, what this is going to cost us also in our economic outlook and our humanity. First, in our economic outlook, one of the only reasons that the United States outperformed the rest of the developed world in terms of how we weathered the COVID pandemic, because while it was hard for us, the rest of the world had it way worse, and one of the only reasons that we fared the way that we did was because of immigrants.
True.
When you think about how immigrants show up in your life, whether they are your friends, your coworkers, etc., our healthcare system stands to collapse without immigrants. Our food system stands to collapse. Our housing system stands to collapse. That's the economic point. Then there is the human point. What is it costing us as human beings and as a society to look the other way when women and children and innocent people and young men of promise are ripped off the street and thrown into a van and disappeared, and you never see them again. There's what that costs them, but think about what it costs you to look the other way. What does it cost us as a society that starts to normalize looking the other way? Then we start looking the other way as women bleed out in parking lots in states that have banned abortion. We start looking the other way as VRA districts start to get stripped out of our Congress. We start looking the other way as the free press becomes consumed and intimidated by the very powers that they exist to check. What does it cost us and you as a human being to look the other way? And so there's the economic cost. Your health care is going up. Long-term care for our parents and grandparents are going to skyrocket. It is costing us. It's already costing us. And then there's what does it cost our soul? And that, in a political context, people think that that's naive, flowery talk. I don't think it is. Because what is all of this for if it is not to live a dignified life in a community and country of integrity?
She killed it on that. The idea that so often, and I've talked about this before, but so often when we are like debating with the right, we always talk about the economic cost, because it seems like only the people on the left care about the inhumanity of it all. And what she described was something that is happening right now. A lot of us are becoming desensitized because of all the atrocities that we have to look the other way for, because of how many are happening all at once, because in a lot of ways we feel powerless. Really, really, really good response there. To the point where like that answer was so good, I'm almost wondering if if she had prepared for it.
You don't sound like someone who's gone up to upstate New York to chop wood, but that's just my opinion. Go ahead.
Representative
Imagine being
Ocasio-Cortez,
prepared for an event.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us tonight.
Couldn't be our president.
In 2021, you stated that there were, quote, legitimate white supremacist sympathizers at the core of the House of Representatives caucus. Yet since then, in efforts to ban congressional insider trading of securities, you've worked across the aisle with representatives such as Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from the state of Tennessee.
Dan, I think she just feels that way. I'm not trying to imply that she doesn't feel that way. Hold on, there's cat drama. I wasn't trying to imply that she doesn't feel that way. It's more so like a lot of the answers to the questions before have been good, but you can see her finding her way through the answer, like in real time, kind of like I would if I'm answering somebody's question. But for that, like it was like that was good. Like that was like a mic drop. And to be clear, it doesn't. I'm not saying like she would need to prepare specifically for that student's question. More so, just prepare for what you're going to say on the topic of ICE. That felt speech like in a really good way. Yeah.
Do you stand by those former comments, and do you think that they make bipartisanship harder?
Sorry, I'll go back to the question.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us tonight. In 2021, you stated that there were, quote, legitimate white supremacist sympathizers at the core of the House of Representatives caucus. Yet since then, in efforts to ban congressional insider trading of securities, you've worked across the aisle with representatives such as Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from the state of Tennessee. Do you stand by those former comments, and do you think that they make bipartisanship harder? And furthermore, how have your views on bipartisanship evolved over your last 6 years in Congress?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I do stand by those comments. It's just true.
I mean,
And for his part, you know, Congressman Burchett has called me a communist and a witch and whatever it is. And but you know what? We got to ban insider trading in Congress. You know? And I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places where, certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And you know, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
Hello, Representative. My name is Violet Conklin. I'm a second year at the college. My question is about university funding. Many universities are facing massive research funding cuts, or have already experienced this, including the University of Chicago, especially in the biological and arts and humanities divisions here. I'm wondering, how can we expect this research crisis to be addressed in a post-Trump America?
Mm-hmm. You know, I sit on the Healthcare Committee and Energy and Commerce, and so which has jurisdiction over the NIH and much of this university funding. And first and foremost, it is the impact of these cuts are devastating, and we will feel them for a generation. What gets turned off in 4 years does not get turned on in 4 years. That money could turn on, but the cost of those experiments being shut down, research being cut off, the continuity of science matters. As someone who's had a background or a care in terms of scientific research, there's certain things that you can't just like turn off and turn on again, and it's as if nothing happened. And so we are, if anything, it will require not the same resources as before, but likely far more resources than before to even try to catch up.
Yep.
But on top of it, a lot of these cuts and abuses of power were based on norms. And they were norms that were respected for a long time. And I think it's time for us to revisit what statutory protections can be put in place and what, you know, we need to put some more, I think, barbed wire around our institutions that are powering American progress. When we talk about powers as a nation, a lot of times people focus on military power, but technological power, cultural power that emerges from free speech and a vibrant society of healthy discourse are just as much a part of the picture. And we have to protect and put more protections around scientific research. And to allow this to happen is just deeply, deeply devastating. And so we have a lot of work to do in not taking what we had for granted statutorily and starting to codify what we once thought were norms into actual hard protection.
Actual law, yeah. Very good point. Now we should watch a Trump speech to compare.
Last question here.
Just wanted to say thank you again for being here for this conversation. I'm Daniel. I'm a second year in the college studying math and physics. And my question is, why do you think you're such a controversial, polarizing figure?
I think a couple of reasons. I think from a power perspective, of course, when you're challenging power, when you're challenging the concentration of wealth, you know, when you fight really entrenched power, that power will fight you back. And when you are aiming at the vice grip of the people who own media companies and the people who own a lot of institutions, they're going to make you controversial, right? The goal is that they know that the message is potent, and so they can't be seen attacking the message, because that makes them look bad. So what they can do is attack the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you make me or any person who says similar things as controversial as possible, then you can stigmatize those opinions in the American public. You know, I think about when President Obama had this moment when he was talking about, you know, people of these huge scions of industry, the you didn't build that alone moment. And
Erica.
Huge controversy at the time.
I didn't know you were hosting the spelling bee. I would have participated. Maybe did I misread your text? I pressed back. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I pressed. Oh, we're still in it. I don't know how that works, but we're still in it.
It was the same thing. Like what he was saying, he was right. He was right. And so you have to create controversy in order to disrupt truth. Because if people hear it straight, then they're going to agree with you, and that is bad for the powers that be. So I think there's a certain incentive from that perspective. And they want you to think like, oh, he or she just didn't say it right, or they didn't include all the points, or, you know, they will, you know, exploit whatever thing. There will never,
Okay. That I was so locked in because there was only 5 seconds left. That actually made my heart jump. Yeah, I'm not particularly good at spelling, I don't think. But I would definitely join if you're hosting it. It sounds fun. What are you playing? This is a game called Liquid Sort, and it is on Neely, I think you asked this earlier. It is on Toy Theater.
there will never be an uncontroversial messenger for challenging the structures of power that are keeping wages low. That person, whether me or anybody else, is always going to be in the sights, right? But then the second thing is that I think it's not just personal to me, but I think my presence as a person who was a waitress, I'm like it's like I slipped through
Oh,
the
thank you,
cracks.
Jotaro. I appreciate that.
I'm not supposed to be there. And according to them, right? And I'm not bought. I don't take corporate money. The average donation to my campaign is $16. In 2 years, there's maybe been 8 max out checks of like $2,500 to my
Wow.
campaign. And you know, I think that there's a real class aspect to this. I think there's a lot of people that really believe that if you don't make a lot of money, it's reflective of your intelligence.
True.
It's reflective of your capacity as a human being.
And I think that it is a very, very common thought in American culture.
Devaluing of people because of the class that they're in. And of course, I'm a woman. And of course, I'm Latina. And I'm from the Bronx, BX. And so it means that my mere existence is inherently subversive in the place that I am. And so, I mean, listen, it's misogyny in politics is like one of the strongest forces that exist. And it's not like I'm not even talking about baked in biases. It's just also a form of structural power.
Mm-hmm.
You're challenging power. And the way, you know, when you are wielding power on behalf of your constituency, it looks
cutting it
different.
close.
I think sometimes it's inherently seen as very disruptive because I don't approach power in a patriarchal way. I don't believe, you know, in domination, authoritarianism, in top-down leadership. I believe you wield it differently, and it breaks people. And I also don't act in the way that women are supposed to act in a society like this. Like, you know, you're coming at me crazy. I'm not going to be deferential to you. My job is not to make men or anyone else. You know, my job. No, like. And it's not, and I don't say this in a gender war kind of context.
Ooh, okay. So this is when now there's multiple vials of the same color. So now it's going to start getting hard.
It's just that we as a society, women, we've been conditioned to really internalize one of our main jobs in society is to accommodate others. And I think that when you're a woman that has strong boundaries and you say, actually, I am your equal. You know, I'm not more than you and I'm not less than you, but I got it like you. And that is like really, to people who are in, you know, it's, I think about, I was so confused why that photo of me and RFK went like so crazy. And I think it was just that. And so again, it's, you know, and I'm gonna get in trouble just for saying that because the #1 rule of being a woman in politics is that you're not supposed to talk about being a woman in politics. If you talk about the existence of it, people go insane. The mere suggestion that any institution or that like it plays any role in our politics makes people apoplectic because they take it as a personal insult. But I mean, you know, I'm a waitress, I'm from the Bronx, I'm a woman, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm gonna get in trouble because I'm not supposed to say any of those things, right? we don't see color here, we don't see gender here in our politics, right? But, you know, I think that, and I come from a working class background, right? A lot of our institutions are from a certain socialized elite.
I think we're cooked on this one.
And you're taught that to be accepted, you need to talk a certain way and present a certain way. And when you don't, it can be very culturally disruptive.
Oh shit, that was the wrong button.
Power.
Congresswoman, I read a touching story about, may have been the last time you saw your father, but you were going off to college and you were leaving the room and he shouted after you and asked you to turn around. And what did he say?
So it was the last time I saw my dad alive, and I gave him this big
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
And I was leaving the room, and yeah, he said, "Hey," and I turned around, and he said, "Make me proud."
Well, wherever he's watching, I'm sure you have. So thank you so much for being here today.
A good interview. And what's so mind-numbing to me is like you could play that interview and then play a Trump interview right after, and like half the population will say that he did better or he sounded smarter or something like that. Sparks and batteries. This is gonna be tough to get in on time. I don't know what that timer is actually set to. Just the white bar at the bottom, but I don't think I'm gonna do it. Like the moment they add multiple vials with the same color, it gets really difficult. And I'm very sleepy. If we go yellow here, we can finish one of the light blue vials. Then we go light pink, blue comes out, light pink over here. Now we can finish black. We go red, go black right there. Okay, and now we gotta get orange out so we can get these little green guys. But now we're running out of space. Because we could do this, this. Okay, put the purple over there. This, that misclick is gonna cost me. That's gonna go there. Get that off over there. All right, that finishes this shade of green. We'll have to do lime green, but we're gonna finish orange right here. Lime green is all the way at the bottom over there, so we can't do that right now. We need a spot for purple. There it is. We go left, this right here. Got light blue. We got yellow right there. Light blue. Gray. Now it's mostly just unraveling. Are we gonna make it? Oh, come on. One click away. Oh. Okay. By the way, Liam, are you still watching the live? I messaged you to see if you were cool with doing the opening tomorrow. There's a lot of packs in that sumbitch, and I'm pretty tired. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time at this level. Whatever happens, win or lose, go to bed. Okay. We're gonna work on blue. So we're gonna go blue, blue, blue. Now we're going to get this blue out. So we're gonna go light blue here. This blue right there. The light blue here. Marry the black. Marry the pink. Marry the pink. Okay, we got this over here. Problem is the last piece of blue is a bottom. I should have paid attention to that. You know what? I'm gonna restart. Bro, you can't go to bed. I'm gonna be here for another 4 hours. LOL. I'm sorry, Whitney. I'm either gonna go to bed or I'm gonna go to chair. I will fall asleep if I stay here long enough. Okay. So we can do. Ooh, we can do this green. Okay, so we're gonna go there, right? Dump an orange out. Oh, actually, there's two. Okay. We're gonna dump this pink out. We're gonna get that. Okay, and then there's more of that green. So now we're gonna go this here. This yellow's coming up here. This red's gonna go here. The rest of this green is not gonna be as easy because that's on the bottom. So we could try for orange. Yeah, we could do orange, I think. Okay. Yellow's gonna go there. Oof. We said orange, right? Alright, so we gotta get this one out. Get this one out. This is gonna come out. Now we go here. We go this here. Right, we go orange. We go this guy over here. And then dump red over there. We got that. Okay, and now we can also finish pink. Right? We got that right there. Okay. Got this light blue goes over there. And now we can do we can almost do red. I need to make space here. Nope. Oh fuck. I'm going too slow. Way too slow. Where's the last light blue? I think I might have to just force it. Okay. All right, we got this blue over here. Got purple right there. Just gonna displace that for a second. We're gonna go this over here. Right, we'll put lime green in here. Finish off the light pink. Okay, got the gray in there. Finish off gray soon. Purple. Okay, got the moss in there. It's so close. Okay, last try. Okay, we're gonna start with black. We got multiple vials of black, so we should be able to finish it pretty easily. Finish the first vial. We're gonna go yellow over here. Right there. Okay. We can do
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Whitney, thank you so much for the whale diving. What did I lost my train of thought? Are there even thoughts up here? Okay. All right, now we get royal blue. Lime's got to move. Oh no, maybe lime doesn't have to move. No, we're gonna move to lime. Purple coming up here. Whitney, thank you so much for the racing debut. I couldn't even see it, but I'm sure it was a cool gift. Unfortunately, I'm only looking at the game. I could actually move TikTok back now over here. That over here. Can we get the magenta going? Aw, thank you for the hamster. Yeah, no, we definitely lost this one. Galaxy Globe. Thank you so much. Okay, I know I lost this one. Hold on. I'm gonna play some.
Hey, I'm coming up. I'm coming up.
What was the other one? Whitney, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Where's the? Do we still have the long one? I think we do. Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing. They're there. They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. Okay. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing.
Whitney's paycheck just went through. Okay. All right. Here we go. We are gonna do lime green. Lime green. Here we go. Okay. We're gonna put that right there. We'll knock the silver out over there. Grab this lime green, right? Then we have that right there. Okay, we can unravel some of this going on over here. We got this purple and light blue. I think I might have done that the wrong way, but it'd be okay. So wait, we were doing lime green. So orange. Have the orange come over here. Do this. Thank you, Whitney. Okay, just move it over. Just move it over. What are you doing? Okay. Now, got the yellow over here. A lot of light blue going on. We can just here, get that over. Get that over. This. 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 Oh. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. Nah, we lost. Definitely screwed this one up. Where's the last purple? Oh, it's on a bottom. Of course it's on a bottom. We're actually pretty close to getting a second light blue. Let's knock that out. I'm lost. Basically, we got to sort all the liquids before the timer runs out. Come on. No, we're not going to make it. What happened to the PS4? It's sitting in my bedroom. Okay, you know what? We need some music. Focus music. All right. I'm going to bed after I beat this level. Ooh, okay, okay. $1,000 points to whoever can figure out where this song is from. Okay. Go moss over there. Moss over here. Put this pink over there. This pink over there. We can... Oh, okay. We can go yellow right here. Moss. Finish that. Red up here. Marry the oranges. And now finish this pink. Okay. Put that right there. We can finish reds. Okay. Move this blue over. Move that purple. Looks like we have more moss to work with here. So we're gonna take the orange down. Ooh, we don't have a lot of places to put the wheel. All right, put this orange over here. Put this yellow over here. All right. And let's just polish off the orange. Okay. All right. Finish purple. Put yellow there. This here. We could finish yellow. Put blue over here. Silver. Light blue can go wherever, it doesn't matter because we are finishing this blue. Okay. And now we just need to separate the light blues from the greenses. You did it. Just needed some Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel music. Okay, we're on level 42. All right, Whitney. As much as I would like to continue the live. While you're at the ER, I am inches from falling asleep. I know. Well, on Netflix and chill here at the vet. The only other thing I think of is playing a video and then just leaving the live running, but probably not the best idea. Okay, well, I wish you all the best. And everybody else, have a good night. 84-hour live. I'm so tired. Oh my god. I didn't tell y'all. So part of the reason I'm tired is that I got up earlier than normal to make sure that I got to my cousin's mechanic shop, but like before he got busy. It's usually busier in the afternoons, and I think this might be the last oil change for the 2001 Toyota. I think I don't think she's making another oil change. But that's a topic for another day. All right. Good night, everybody. Drink some water. And be sure to do some polka dot dancing before bed. Oh, polka dancing. Makes more sense. That's a YouTube exclusive comment. TikTokers didn't see that one.